What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women.
All right. What is it? Friday night? What is it? Friday night? It's Friday night. That means it must be the Friday Radio Baloney Live. I'm your host, Richie Baloney. Hope everybody had a great week. How's everybody doing? Looks like we already got Mickey, Dramus, Spambot, Trudeau Survivor in the chat. Good to see you guys. All right. So as everybody knows, we stream on Rumble, YouTube, X, and Locals all at the same time. And every time you like the stream, obviously subscribing as well, becoming a member, whatever, but every time that you like the stream, you get free good karma. You get a healthy, really healthy, good dose of good karma. But if you're the first on any of those platforms, and you can be on all of them and you get it for all the platforms, you get multiples of the good karma. So you don't just get one, you might get two, you might get three, you might get four, you might get five, depending on how I feel that evening. Tonight, I say first like gets quintuple good karma. Who claims it? Who claims the good karma? Let's see. Well, I don't see it. So Mickey's got second. So if it's a quintuple for the first, let's say it's quadruple for you, Mickey, for the second like. Fantastic stuff. Spambot's got the fourth. I'm going to say that is double good karma for you. Spambot got fifth. I'm going to say that is 1.5. Good karmas for you, my friend. 1.5. So some people are going to have some good luck coming up. Things are going to go well for them. Their lives aren't going to get ruined and destroyed because they could have liked the stream. They could have. Nobody was stopping them. The gatekeepers weren't stopping them. They could have liked the stream, but they just didn't. They went, nah, you know what? I just don't feel like it. I think I'll just tempt fate tonight. Well, guess what? Fuck you. That's what karma says. That's what karma said to you, not me. I love everybody out there unconditionally. That's what karma says. And I don't control karma, obviously. All right. Let's go through the Travis has got 10th. The 10th like? Well, I'm afraid that's only 1.05 good karmas for you. 1.05. All right, let's go over the menu first. And actually, hold on one second. Before we do that, let's just see. What are you guys saying first off? Dramus says weekend energy. Nice. Very well. Hope everybody's got coffee or that blue crystal meth, whatever you guys use to stay awake. Let's see. Spambot clocked 51 hours. Spambot's working too hard. Let's see. Spambot says, thumbs up versus eyes watching is a good ratio. Well, of course, only a fool would leave all that good karma on the table. What kind of person would do that? In these troubled times, you'd have to be crazy. All right. Judo Survivor asks, did your dog remember your scent? Yes, Mr. Snacks had been away, Princess Baloney, for a couple of months over the summer. And he did remember me right away. He remembered his favorite cushion. He jumped right onto it. And he was immediately, I think he was quite relieved to be home, I think he was quite relieved to be home. So it's all working out well. Now he's with me tonight. Princess Baloney had to go out tonight, so he's with me. So you might hear some barking in the background or some whining occasionally because he's kind of obsessed with Princess Baloney, very obsessed in an unhealthy way. And so he gets quite upset if she's not here. So we'll see. I think he's starting to calm down now. All right, let's get to the menu. We'll quickly look at everything we're going to be dealing with tonight, and then we'll get back to the chat, and then we will start in on the stories in depth. All right. Mark Carney. His most important life work, which was building up this green banking boondoggle, it's just falling apart. The whole thing's falling apart. Now they're just like suspending the Net Zero Banking Alliance has just decided, we're just going to suspend things. It's because nobody's interested. You know what? If it doesn't have Europe, well, what's the point anyway? And Europe, the European economies, the largest European economies are all contracting at this point. It's a basket case. They can't afford these climate fantasies. They thought they could when, like, Carney was governor of the Bank of England. Now it turns out they can't because because it turns out they've been intentionally deindustrializing themselves, which is a really bad idea. So we will talk about Mark Carney's failures here and how he's going to continue to ruin Canada in lots and lots of ways. Of course, we got a lot of Canadian stuff going on. We've got some. Hold on. We've got some really cracking Pierre Poilievre stuff here, some Canadian conservative stuff, some really outstanding Canadian conservative stuff here. Here is Pierre Poilievre basically saying, look, we need castle law in Canada. He doesn't use the words castle law, but what he's describing is that. And yes, we do, because Canada is too crazy, too woke, and we need some common sense in this country. God willing, Pierre Poilievre will get elected at some point. Maybe it'll be 40 years from now when there's just nothing left of Canada. It'll just be him and, like, I don't know, 7 people who couldn't afford to leave. But hopefully before then. Good stuff from Pierre. He's coming on very strong. He's being very forthright and, not watering his message down, which is great because the CBC teleprompters are going to heavily insinuate that he's scary and far right. Anyway, no matter what he says, as long as he's not in the Liberal Party. All right, Canadian media bias. This has just become a regular now because it's Canada. We got CBC hiring temporary foreign workers now. So, I mean, just straight up taxpayer funded. It is crazy. I think CBC is doing it just as like a virtue signal, so they feel more virtuous for their diversity, better diversity. Crazy what's going on. We got some stuff on the EV mandate in Canada, which is crazy. A lot of this, we're not just doing Canada, but a lot of this is Canada for those who are watching outside of Canada, and there are many, this is, the cautionary tale. So this is instructive for you. If you're watching from the States or anywhere else that's not in Canada, don't do what Canada does. So I'm showing you what not to do. These are the things that Canada does, and I'm saying don't do that if you like having a country. We've got some UK stuff here, which it's all just dystopia. You've got those same kind of, I don't know, what do you call them? Just traitors? Just these woke lunatics who are determined to see their own civilizations fall, who are just completely blind to the consequences of the policies that they advocate for. They're just everywhere in the West, and they are a scourge. They are poison. They are cancer. And they will never admit they're wrong. A little bit more on this. They're calling her Queen Boudica. She's like the reincarnation of Queen Boudica, the Scottish girl with the axe and the knife. A bit more on that. It's interesting. I'm sure it's absolutely terrifying British politicians, probably both Conservative and Labour in the UK, because they seem to be the same thing. Here's DC. So it's getting a lot better, but it's not entirely fixed yet. Trump hasn't entirely fixed it yet, so I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. We're going to deal with the train shooter issue, and we're going to go through this quite a bit. And there is a lot to go through, and there's some serious questions that have to be asked around this. And I think we all know what those are. And there's issues of mental illness, and there's something happening. It's not just a coincidence at this point. Something is happening, and it's not hard to guess what, but we shall get into that. We've got some memes we're going to go through. We're going to do a meme review. That'll be fun. And EU. So we'll see some of the diversity that they brought in and how that's going. Spoiler alert, not great. Let's see. We've got some woke Canada stuff here. Now, Sports Canada. All sports in Canada are not inclusive enough, and we'll get into that. Because, of course, woke mind virus, this lady here. Should I give you just a taste right now? Just a taste. I did this probably last year. I think last year we covered this woman. But it's so, I personally find it awesome. Let's just watch. Let's just get a little taste.
We need trans people. We love trans people. Trans people belong.
somebody please get that woman a trans person before she hurts herself. My God. Have a heart. Have some heart. Get that poor woman a trans person now before something terrible happens. Let's see. Yeah, so Carney's elbows up isn't working out so great. All of his plans aren't working out so great. You just got companies fleeing to the States because of Carney's domestic policies is why. And his carbon taxes and his taxes and the fact that Canada is a terrible place to do business. This is what I've been saying all along. This is what I've been saying all along. I mean, Crown Royal whiskey. That's moving production down to the States. I mean, when that's happening, you know there's something very wrong. There is something very wrong. Liberal rule for a decade. We're going to take a little bit of a look at how Canada is dealing with its Islamic diversity. And spoiler alert, not going so great. It looks like Quebec is doing something very controversial. It's tabling a bill banning prayer in public. But I think, you could really just say Islamic prayer because they didn't really have any problems with this prayer in public before. So here we go. What do we got here? Oh, yeah. So this is some examples of why they have to pass this law. And what do we got? We've got Alberta independence stuff. I think this is what she's saying here is why a lot of people want Alberta independence. We'll take a look at that. Then we have the last one. This has got a lot of palate cleanser stuff in it. This is the last tab of the evening. We have dogs. We have a little bit of comedy in here. We've got all kinds of stuff. It's just a hodgepodge and some funny stuff, and it's just good. Everybody loves it when we do this. Everybody has a great time. Everybody says it's the best. All right. Let's get to the chat. Let's go to a cooking show for a second. There we go. All right, a sip of rant juice, and then we'll get started. Can he maintain this level of energy? Can he maintain this level of energy throughout the stream? Probably not. Probably not. Let's see. In fact, it's already going. In fact, it might be gone. Hold on, I need some more rant juice. The dog is just like on the couch, on the rail behind the couch, just looking at the front door, waiting for her to get home. And he will be doing this the whole night. And then occasionally he'll bark, and then he'll start whining. All night, that's what's going to happen. It's all right. It's all right, though. I love the dog. Love that dog. Let's see. Spambot says, my brain is cooked. Well, 51 hours. Yeah, that'll do it to you. I'm going to try and just make this an easygoing stream then maybe, just for Spambot. We don't want this to be stressful. Mickey says, Pierre is looking stressed. I think he's actually looking more relaxed lately. I think he was looking stressed before. I think that being able to really speak his mind a little more forthrightly, I think it's actually calming him down, and I think there's a catharsis in that for him. I think he's looking better. Oh, Trudeau Survivor says he's probably imagining the train wreck he's inheriting. Well, the thing is, we knew with Trudeau it was generational damage, not something that's going to get fixed in 4 years. We're talking about at least a decade to just get us back on track. Now, I mean, with Carney, I mean, he's going to rack up the national credit card. I would not be surprised if we're looking at IMF bailout in a few years if he stays in. If he manages to hold on, you're looking at France, possibility of an IMF bailout coming up. The UK, they're talking about that as well. I don't think that it's look, Carney, we know that Carney's racking up the deficit, which is going to rack up our national debt even more. We're already paying $1 billion a week. What happens when it's $2 billion a week? Like something's got to break. We know Carney is not. It turns out that really all he is just a career bureaucrat. It's really all he is. He's not savvy. He doesn't know how the world works. He's not good at this. And it looks like his plan is just to simply extract every penny out of the Canadian economy as possible, and just Canadians' pockets as possible. He's already replaced the carbon tax, consumer carbon tax. So that was great for a few months, right? Now I think his plan is to max out the national credit card for his net zero green boondoggle stuff. And that's going to create, it's not just going to be generational damage, like one generation, it's going to be multiple and maybe not recoverable. So we'll just have to see. Trudeau Survivor says, praying in public is purity signaling. Look at me. Well, I think it has a very specific purpose with Islam, especially when you're doing it in front of like cathedrals, like they're doing, and churches like they're doing, well, across Canada at this point, but it's especially in Montreal. It's a show of dominance, right? This is like weaved all through the religion and its holy books. It's not just purity signaling, it's a show of dominance from that religion. Bad Uncle Frank, how you doing? That reminds me, I need hamburger buns. Thanks for letting me know. All right. Thanks for letting us all know. All right. Now what the hell are we doing? All right. I guess we'll just get to it, huh? I guess we'll just get started. I think I might want to start with that crazy. Just want to do it one more time. Maybe we'll come back to her. I just find it kind of cathartic.
We need trans people. We love trans people. You matter.
This is a Nebraska senator. It's Nebraska senator in Nebraska. Let's continue.
You matter. And I am fighting for you. And I will not stop. I will not stop today. I will not stop tomorrow. You are loved. You matter. You belong here.
What about the one who just, at the church there with the, you know what I'm saying? What about that one? It's kind of, what is she saying exactly?
People, we love trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people.
Again, somebody just get this woman a trans person. Just to shut her up. I mean, she won't shut up until somebody gets her a trans person. She needs one desperately. But when she's saying this, she's not actually talking about trans people. She's talking about the doctors that are going to sterilize and mutilate children in the name of the gender gods. That's what she's actually talking, because that's what it all really comes down to. Because that's the final frontier for them. Everything else they've already got. Nobody cared about adults transitioning before. Back when they used to like actually try, put some effort into it and like actually try and look like the opposite sex. Nobody really cared. And before there was all these demands put upon women regarding their privacy and safety. But really it comes down to, their final frontier is to sacrifice children to their woke gender gods. That's what she's really talking about. That's what they're all really talking about. They're not talking about whenever you hear LGBT2S, blah, 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 they're not talking about gay people, lesbians, whatever. They're talking about, we want to mutilate, sterilize children for our gods to make a point, I guess. All right. Trudeau Survivor says, let's make her trans. That's the best of both worlds. That solves everybody's problem, right? She won't need trans people anymore because she'll be one. She'll have one with her all the time. Perfect solution. Spambot says she needs a lobotomy. Stat. Do I have a button for her? Let's see. I think I do. It would be a good one, actually. Here.
You love trans people. Trans people belong here.
You went full retard, man. Never go full retard.
Well, we changed tack with this one.
You're going to need a bigger boat.
We are going to need a bigger asylum. We are. Also, this one I think applies. Hold on one second.
We need trans people. We love trans.
It does not seem like a stable person who should be in any position of power. I can't believe anybody voted for that.
How can you talk if you haven't got a brain?
I don't know. But some people without brains do an awful lot of talking, don't they?
They sure do. They sure do. All right. So let's get to it. Let's get to the news. Let's get to the dystopian present of Canada. Again, anybody, watching who's not in Canada, we're not watching this from Canada, this has value. This Canadian stuff has value because it's an instruction manual on what not to do, how to not be Canada. Just whatever I show you here in your country, don't do that, right? Because you'll already know what happens because I will have shown you, right? So if anybody makes a stupid suggestion like that, you can go, oh, no, 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 no. And then you can explain to them why it's the worst possible thing you could do. And just with Canada, that's everything. Carney jumped the GFAN's plane before it hit the ground. Let's see. An international green banking alliance that Prime Minister Mark Carney helped establish is now suspending its activities and holding a vote to determine its future. That's right. The Net Zero Banking Alliance is the industry-led banking element of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero GFANs that was created when Carney was the UN Special Envoy on climate action and finance. And, as I read that, I just think there's just every word of this is screaming, don't elect this guy to lead your country. Just every word of this is screaming it, okay? Net Zero Banking Alliance. Mark Carney, who's right? Who's pushing that? Mark Carney? Let's see. UN Special Envoy? Don't elect him as your leader. The language itself is screaming, don't do it. I'm telling you about this person. Don't do it. Canadians didn't listen. We ended up having a teleprompter said election. And, well, you know what happens? Green Banking Alliance, Carney helped create. Well, why not just go actually to the article? Green Banking Alliance, Carney helped create, pauses activities, holds vote on its future. So this will be extremely humiliating for Mark Carney because this is his thing. This is his dream. His dream was to gather trillions of dollars and funnel it into his net zero boondoggle. And it's all falling apart. It was falling apart before he ran for prime minister. 4 Canadian banks dropped out of it. I seriously suspect it's a big reason that he ran, or maybe the major reason that he ran to be prime minister, that he wanted to be prime minister, is so that he could kind of just try and jam it through at the last, just push it through, use Canada as a net zero laboratory. I've not seen anything that would lead me to question that assessment. Several members, including Canada's major banks, left group after Trump's re-election. The whole thing's falling apart. Europe is no longer reliable for him on this front because, well, the net zero that he's been championing has given them the highest electricity rates in the world and forced their economies to shrink. They're deindustrializing because of what this guy believes. His book Values is the plan for deindustrialization. He was the spearhead. He is the UN climate envoy, finance climate envoy. It's him. It's on him. This was all his plan. Europe is dumping all this stuff now. The whole alliance is falling apart because guess what? It wrecks countries. So Canada had a choice. Do something rational or make literally the worst choice possible. And you know how it went. You know exactly how it went. An international green banking alliance that Prime Minister Mark Carney helped establish is now suspending its activities and holding a vote to determine its future. The Net Zero Banking Alliance. And this is, if you control the money, you control behavior. And that's what this was all about. Forcing square pegs into round holes. Well, it turns out it doesn't work. And next thing you know, your economy is contracting and you're poor and you're talking about IMF bailouts. The Net Zero Banking Alliance is the industry-led banking element of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. That's GFANZ. That was created when Carney was the UN Special Envoy on Climate Action and Finance. The NZBA is a global alliance of banks that has worked to help financial institutions make green investments that will help the transition to a net zero society and mitigate the impacts of climate change, which it will do none of it. And there's certainly nothing that Carney can do, no matter how much of Canada's money he extracts and wastes to turn Canada into his net zero laboratory. There is not one thing he can do to change global climate one bit, a millionth of a percent. There is nothing. Canada could disappear off the face. It could just be gone. Everybody could wake up tomorrow and Canada just doesn't exist. It's just forest. And it will not change global climate one bit. So the whole thing is a giant boondoggle, and it's just simply a way of funneling money into places where people like Mark Carney want it to go. But it's fallen apart anyway because it's not realistic. Canada's 5 largest banks. I thought it was only 4. Canada's 5 largest banks all dropped out of the alliance in January. So this is probably actually bad news for Canada because it will make Carney more determined to turn Canada into a net zero laboratory and to try and salvage something of this, because it must be deeply humiliating for him to have this all. This is really his life's work, right? Putting this together and trying to force people to live by his values. Now, his book is called Values, right? If you read the book, it's very clear right away that he's talking about that he's assuming that everybody's values are his values. So when he talks about values, our values, and the liberals have a way of doing this, right? This is very typical. Remember Trudeau with Canadians believe or Canadians know. And millions of us went, we don't agree with you. We don't know that. We don't believe that. Stop saying that. Stop pretending you speak for all of us. Carney does the same thing. There is never, he doesn't even, he does, there is no entertaining of any idea, not one atom of an idea that anybody might disagree with his values. The whole book, it's just our values as Canadians, right? Just completely disregarding the fact there's millions of people that it's not his values, that don't hold his values, that it's not everyone's values. They're just his. He might as well have called the book, You Are Bugs. Addressed, to the Canadian people, you are ants. Because he just sees the country as an anthill, right? I think he's ruling like that as well. Mark Carney spent the 5 years before becoming PM. Mark Carney spent the 5 years. God damn it, rant juice. There we go. So it's from Matt Strauss. Mark Carney spent the 5 years before becoming PM leading the undemocratic Net Zero Banking Alliance, meant to defund Canadian industries, effectively impoverishing Canadians, so forcing behavior. Today, that project has collapsed. Thank goodness. Talk about failing upwards. Well, Mark Carney, I think, is one of those guys who got into that stream of people, elitist stream, where he went to the right school and then he had the right ideas and he schmoozed the right people, and you can just never fail after that. I mean, look, his tenure as governor of the Bank of England was a disaster, right? You can look up the articles from the UK yourself, and there's a million of them. It was disastrous. He printed too much money. He pushed the net zero relentlessly there, which has given them extremely high energy costs. Pensioners can't afford to heat their homes in the wintertime because of Mark Carney. And, then he goes to Brookfield and makes a bunch of money there, and then he just parachutes into Canada. When he first announced that he was running to be prime minister, maybe 1 in 10 Canadians could have picked him out of a lineup. Nobody knew. Just there was a media tsunami of pro-Carney propaganda immediately, and then it just became a TV set election. He's just failed up all the way, right? His net zero banking alliance, he failed he did a terrible job. He wrecked England at the bank. He wrecked England as governor of the Bank of England. His net zero thing has fallen apart. Now he's going to be really salty. Now he's going to be really determined to salvage something out of this. And he won't care how much it costs Canadians. Let me show you something else. Let's see. Chairman Jordan subpoenas As You Sow and G-Fans. Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. Geez, that's Mark Carney's thing. In an ESG investigation, let's see, potential violations of existing antitrust laws through collusive agreements to promote and adopt left-wing environmental, social, and governance goals, ESG goals. What else we got here? House Republicans have investigated GFANS, specifically focusing on its GFANS initiative, Net Zero Banking Alliance, and its relationship with, guess who? Chinese organizations. You know that place that has even worse tariffs on Canada than the U.S., but the media doesn't seem interested at all for some reason? And that keeps being busted, helping liberals get elected like Mark Carney, and it's just no big deal? Yeah, that place. Expressing concerns that the alliance was working to influence U.S. climate policy in ways that could benefit China's economy. Canada's a joke at this point. The States is picking up on this and doing something about it. Canada elects the guy running it prime minister. That's why I say Canada's a joke at this point. House Committee Chair sent a letter in January 2024 to the Energy Foundation, citing reports that the foundation's China branch had provided grants to U.S. climate advocacy groups. You can't be having that. You just can't. Sorry. It's all just a big mess. Yeah, so I get it. I fear that Mark Carney, in the aftermath of this failure, I think Mark Carney could feel his net zero, his crowning achievement, his net zero crowning achievement. I think he could feel it crumbling away in his hands. That's why he wanted to be prime minister, so he would have the power to try and still ram this stuff through, no matter the cost to Canadians or how much it wrecks the country. And yeah, I think it's going to be even worse now. All right. Lots of depressing Canadian news tonight. I'll try and do it in an amusing way, though. We'll see how that works out. All right. Let's get back to chat. What's going on? Bad Uncle Frank says, are you talking about the Nebraska senator who just is... Somebody needs to get her a trans person immediately or she's going to lose it. She needs an elephant tranquilizer. Maybe they should keep them in session there just in case. Oh, Mickey says, oh, come on. He says, tranquilizer, you mean? Uh-oh. Spambot says, she needs a lobotomy stat. Oh, dear. What's going on in this world? Trudeau Survivor says, Carney's position in the photo relative to the globe seems like a good idea. So what was that? Let's see. Let's take a look there. Position in relation to the globe. Almost as if like somebody had built a giant cannon and then launched him towards the sun because he's in space there. I don't know. Could that happen? Could somebody do that? Who would even talk about such a thing? I don't know. I think it's crazy. All right, let's go back. There we go. Ottawa James, how you doing, Ottawa? Says, thank your liberal friends and relatives for voting for corrupt Carney. Some people call him Mark's Carnage Carney, too. It's a good one. I think it was you guys. Let's see. Ottawa James says, LOL rant on Radio B. It's your place for rants, unhinged rants. Nevada says, last one to leave Canada, turn the lights out. A lot of people are leaving, I think, right now, and I think more are going to be. I think there's some people that are hanging around in Alberta hoping, or outside of Alberta, hoping that they go, that they separate. And I mean, it would be pretty, I would want to move to Alberta. I've lived there before, and I love Alberta. And I had to move back to be closer to my family, but yeah, I could move back there again. Boy, I think I just would if it looked like that was going to happen. Let's see. Rosie, how you doing? Rosie's still working, but joining in. Well, thank you, Rosie. Let's see. Ottawa James Core says $1 million. I don't know what it means, but all right. Danny, how you doing? Good to see you. All right. Ottawa James says, I would move to Alberta if I had to. Yeah. Let's see. Danny says, I'm not surprised that Crown Royal is moving to the States. I'm not surprised any business is moving to the States. Of course you would. I mean, it's not going to get better for them under Carney. It's going to get worse. Izzy, how you doing? Evening all, like number 9. So like number 9 gets, let's see, 1.08 good karmas for you. All right. Core says, if Alberta separates, would they kick out non-Albertans? You know, it's an interesting question, how it would work. Like, how would citizenship work? Would you have to have been living there, like, by a certain time or already a certain amount of time? Like, would you have to own property? I can't imagine it going that far. Like, would you have to be signed up through all of the Alberta social services? Would you have had to have been a resident there for 5 years, or would it just be everybody? I don't know. Of course, as Dr. Evil reference. That's what I thought it was. I know you're talking about Carney there? Because, yeah, Carney is... Carney's boring, Dr. Evil. Yeah, so it's an interesting question, though, Core. I don't know. I mean, this is why it would take years. So even if there was a referendum or some sort of plebiscite and it passed, it would still take years. There's an enormous amount of legal issues to deal with. Yeah, it wouldn't happen fast. All right. Let's keep going. So where are we next? So from Mark Nixon posted this. So here we have something on Power and Politics on CBC. So every once in a while, they'll have something that's kind of off message. It says here, Mark Carney campaigned as the only one who could negotiate with Trump. Strong, tough, elbows up. It was all a fraud. It really was a fraud, but it was worse than that. It was the worst of both worlds. So it wasn't really elbows up, but it was enough elbows up to throw a wrench in the works of everything. And tariffing, USMCA or CUSMA, as they call it, compliant products. Why? The States wasn't doing that, right? Why do that? And especially why put tariffs on food products? Food inflation in Canada, anybody? Already bad enough. So it was just the worst of both worlds. I mean, it could accomplish nothing. The only thing it could do is hurt Canadians, but also extract some billions of dollars from Mark Carney to give to his green boondoggle friends. It was really the worst of all possible worlds with Carney. I expect that to continue. World is dumping Canada, and capital is flooding out at record speed. We're about to get Hulk smashed, and people aren't ready. And it is true that capital is flooding out of Canada. In fact, hold on a second. I think I have something here. Well, as you can see, Crown Royal's closing down a plant and moving it to the States. It's exactly what Trump wanted. Hold on one second. Think I had something in here. Hold on. Oh, never mind. We'll come back. Hold on. All right. So let's take a look at this. And, I'm surprised anytime there is anything on this channel, they let something through. It must be by accident. Maybe this guy lied on the pre-interview, prep or something. Who knows? But I'm surprised when there's anything that isn't just total liberal propaganda. Let's take a look.
Well, if we look at Mr. Carney's rhetoric during the campaign, and then we judge him by what his actions have been since the campaign, it's basically the complete opposite of what he promised Canadians during the campaign. He campaigned on, we'll have our elbows up, we're going to drop our gloves when someone challenges us. But every single decision that Prime Minister Carney has made since the campaign has been completely the opposite. He has given many concessions to the Americans, yet it is unclear whether we've gotten anything in return. Maybe that's why President Trump basically endorsed Mr. Carney during the campaign and said he didn't really like Pierre Poilievre that much because we would have been maybe more difficult to negotiate with.
But do you support tariffs? Do you think that's a prudent approach?
JP, I think you have to, we're not at the negotiating table currently. We don't know.
I just want to go back for 1 second there. Hold on. Talking about, hold on one sec. Talking about Trump saying that he liked Carney. It wasn't reverse psychology. Right? He just liked Carney because he knew Carney would achieve things that would benefit Trump. So he would achieve making it more difficult for Canadian companies to exist. So they'd be more likely to go down south where Trump was, had his loving arms open saying, come here. You'll have to pay, you won't have to pay as much taxes. It'll be easier. We're going to roll out the red carpet. We're going to smooth over all the regulations for you. Come down here, set up your manufacturing here, set up your headquarters here. It's going to be easy. It's going to be way better. It's going to be beautiful, most beautiful company. It's no surprise. I mean, and obviously Carney during the campaign was talking about how he was going to tax the polluters. The polluters are like industry and businesses in Canada, but he said he was going to make them pay and carbon tax those polluters. Right? Trump, I'm sure, saw that. I'm sure his people saw that and went, oh, wow, we got a real big opportunity here. There's going to be a bunch of companies that are going to leave Canada because Carney is going to make it impossible for them to stay in business. Not to mention all of the net zero regulations and upgrades that he talks actually about in his book Values. So no, Trump wasn't doing reverse psychology, right? Like saying that he liked Carney so that they'd think that he was so that they liberals apparently think that Trump was saying that he liked Carney so that they would then, to spite him, vote for Poilievre, but instead they decided to spite Trump by voting for Trump because it was reverse psychology, right? And their liberal arts degrees gave them the intellectual savvy to figure out what Trump was really up to. No, Trump just wanted Carney because he knew it would be good for the U.S. and bad for Canada. That's why. Anyway, let's continue.
Endorsed Mr. Carney during the campaign and said he didn't really like Pierre Poilievre that much because we would have been maybe more difficult to negotiate with.
But do you support tariffs? Do you think that's a prudent approach?
JP, I think you have to, we're not at the negotiating table currently. We don't know what's going on. Is it possible that the only way to get Americans talking to Canadians again was to reverse the tariffs? I'm not sure. But we have to look at the entirety of the deal when we do see a deal to judge Mr. Carney on whether he's able to secure one. I mean, Mr. Carney said he wanted the job. We had to hire, he said, hire me, hire the Liberal Party because we'll
The reality is that every other country in the world, except for China, didn't have retaliatory tariffs, and now they're better off than Canada is. Canada has worse tariffs now than before. Elbows up, right? Being patriotic or standing up for your country isn't just doing the most idiotic but politically advantageous thing. Sometimes it's just doing what's actually right. And every other country, except for China in the world, recognized that and went, well, we're just going to do the smart thing. We'll just do the thing that's actually going to work better. Canada, no. We just had we had an elbows up TV set, teleprompter set election. And then we ended up with not even an elbows up anyway. We ended up with something in between, the worst of both worlds. Totally pointless. Now we're back at the start, but from a worse position than we were at the start. Anyway, let's continue.
We'll be able to negotiate to Donald Trump and stand up to him. Yet, his actions are not in keeping with that same promise.
As you have mentioned, there have been some concessions. We dropped the digital services tax. We did not match U.S. retaliatory tariffs on steel and aluminum and autos and lumber. And now we've just dropped the retaliatory tariffs on some of the other goods that we had in place.
Let's not forget there's still the Online News Act as well in Canada, which is why you can't get news on Canadian news on Facebook, because that was another attempt to extort money out of that was another attempt to extort money out of American tech companies. So that's still a problem for the United States. It was a problem. This is stuff that was a bipartisan problem. So Biden, the digital sales tax, that was a problem for the Biden administration as well. It's bipartisan in the States. Both sides hate it. So, yeah, the whole thing has just been a giant, waste of time, but a damaging waste of time. Very, very counterproductive. We're about to get Hulk smashed and people aren't ready. World is dumping Canada and capital is flooding out at record speed. This is all true. Because people voted for what teleprompter said. All right, and now we're getting promises about these. Really just, I think, we've got agreements to, in the future, agree on some trade deals with Europe, which is, with the entire economy of the EU is currently contracting. They're a basket case, largely, actually, because of net zero, Mark Carney's net zero. That's not the only reason, though. It's excessive socialism as well. But not to worry. So we're going to strengthen our bonds instead of, our relationship with the States is over. Because, who would want to have like a really strong integrated trade with the largest economy in the world when it's right next door and there's all these roads and like rail lines and stuff going back and forth? Who would want that when you could piss that off and then try and become like part of the European Union? Apparently, all of a sudden, after Mark Carney was talking about how Canada is the most European of non-European countries, there's all these polls out telling us that, oh yeah, all of Canada wants to become part of the EU. Never mind the fact we're not in Europe. There's like a big ocean and frozen waste in between. Just such idiocy. But yeah, let's forget about the largest economy in the world, which is doing very well right now, and then like try and saddle up with this crumbling EU that's falling apart. And it has, they've got massive problems with social spending. They got massive energy problems. They're deindustrializing because of it. The whole European project is falling apart. And the UK isn't doing any better. You've got the UK and France talk of both of them needing an IMF bailout. I don't know. It's all just total insanity and idiocy, and it's only possible because of how uninformed and gullible your typical Canadian voter is, unfortunately. All right. Let's move on from that. Let's get rid of that tab. Yeah, Britain and France are racing towards a new crisis. Borrowing costs are soaring in both countries as economists warn of the risk of an IMF bailout. Let's get closer with these guys. Let's tie ourselves in economically with the guys that are at risk of an IMF bailout. Like what happens with third world countries. Let's do that. That's smart. It's got to be easier to get our products across an ocean than like drive it down the road. That's got to be easier, right? Right. Well, is Canada cooked? Is it over? Is it all over? I don't know. I think soon. Anyway, I could use a drink right now. I don't know about you guys. Let's see. Spambot says property owners who are Canadian citizens would get an Alberta Buffalo region passport and citizenship. I really do wonder about Canada. I mean, if it's going to survive as a national project. I mean, maybe Trudeau was right when he said that Canada was the first post-national country. I mean, it wasn't true before Trudeau, right? But Trudeau turned it into that. So maybe he was right because he managed to turn Canada. Canada is not the country that it was before Justin Trudeau. There's no question of that. You know, maybe the country has been so demoralized, you know, that that it just doesn't matter anymore. It's just not the same country, and who cares? You know, maybe. Ottawa says, I would buy property, Spambot Fodder. I definitely would. Spambot says, and as soon as I get that, I will rescind my Canadian citizenship. That hurts. The thing is that this talk that and like what I'm seeing in the chat, that would have been unthinkable 20 years ago or even 10 years ago. You know, there was some in Alberta, sure, but not like now. Nothing like now. The tone has changed, and it's changed because Canada is a different country, and there is such a feeling of betrayal from Eastern Canada that this sense that it's not one country, it's just deepening. Ottawa James says, Mark Nixon is good. He is good. We have him on here all the time. Well, not him, but I show his stuff all the time on here. Core says, can't even afford coffee anymore. It's crazy. Like, it's so expensive. Ottawa James, yeah, Crown Royal was in Windsor for years. These are all signs of the decay. Ottawa James, CBC is so bad. It's just it's the propaganda wing of the Liberal Party now. Ottawa James says this dude will not be invited back to CBC. Probably not. Right? I mean, we already know about the scandal of Travis Donraj, who resigned from CBC, saying, yeah, they wouldn't let him interview conservatives. Trudeau Survivor says, liberals are too brainwashed to fall for reverse psychology. Yeah, I mean, it's just, if you're getting all of your news from CBC and then just, you know, the derivatives on social media, yeah, I mean, that's going to be your worldview, unfortunately. Let's see. Danny Ringus says, personally, I'd rather see an economic partnership with the United States. Yes, we should be integrating. We should just have no tariffs. I like Kevin O'Leary's idea of just having like a Canada-U.S. passport, just really integrating. That's the thing that makes sense. Why wouldn't we want to join up with the economic giant? It makes no sense. I like Fortress North America. I'll take that, please. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor. Libs, save the planet, buy local. Also, Libs, let's buy and sell goods across an ocean. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's see. Danny says the European Union had problems for a long time. I can see the European Union will break up or split into two. Well, I mean, it's failing, and it's failing badly, and it's been weakening for a long time. And now this the war with Russia, the proxy war with Russia, has just, I mean, it's devastated Europe. The stupidity from their leadership is just baffling. Hey, radio streamer, how you doing? Hello, my fellow degenerates, he says. Hello. All right. All right, let's check out Pierre here. Well, maybe we'll do a little ad read for fun, huh? Should we do an ad read? Let's do an ad read. Everybody's having a good time. Let's do an ad read. Let's see. I'm going to do one of these NFL tune-in. I like these ones. I have to stick directly to the script on these ones, and I will. All right, everybody, set your clocks, mark your calendars, and buckle up for the best NFL primetime football action. Starting September 4th on Westwood One, you can catch all the bone-crushing hits, last-second heroics, and edge-of-your-seat action that NFL Thursday, Sunday, and Monday nights have to offer. Whether you're tailgating, driving, or chilling at home, don't miss a single snap. Listen on the NFL app, the Westwood One Sports app at westwoodonesports.com, or just say, Alexa, open Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One. Oh, yeah, that was the stuff. You love it. You love it. Let's see. Shaver says that was Gold Trudeau Survivor. What did he say? Hello, deplorable Trudeau Survivor. All right. Libs save the planet, buy local. Also, Libs, let's buy and sell goods across. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. They don't care. They don't know what's going on. Now, as you're aware, in Canada, you're taking a major risk if you just defend yourself at any time. Because guess what? Radical leftist countries like criminals more than they like law-abiding citizens. So, if somebody breaks into your home in the middle of the night, you've got some serious considering to do. You've got to take some serious consideration on what level of force you're going to use, because otherwise you're going to end up being arrested by the police and charged with a worse crime than the person who broke into your house, if they get charged at all, right? So, in Lindsay, Ontario, a homeowner was at home, 3:20 in the morning. Somebody broke into his house, somebody who was armed, and the homeowner put the guy into the hospital with life-threatening injuries and was then arrested by police, of course, and charged by the police. So this has obviously caused a stir, because as sane people go, well, what, are we just going to live in like a narco-tyranny? Like, is that the plan? Is that the plan, Canadian government of Ontario? Let's hear what Pierre Poilievre has to say about this.
Conservatives are standing here today based on the principle that your home is your castle. We're calling on the government to introduce and immediately pass the Stand on Guard law, failing which one of our party's MPs will put forward such a bill. It will amend Section 34.2 of the Criminal Code, which right now says that you can defend yourself based on 9 very complicated and vague conditions. Now, look, if you're defending your house, you don't have time to think through 9 different conditions. You have one condition: to protect yourself and your kids. And it is wrong for the law, for the police, and for judges to apply a complicated, indecipherable legal doctrine against you when you were only doing what is right. Our amendment instead will change Section 34.2 of the Criminal Code to say that the use of force, including lethal force, is presumed reasonable against an individual who unlawfully enters a house and poses a threat to the safety of anyone inside. The proposed amendment is reasonable and prudent. It It applies only to the unlawful entry of a home and preserves proportionality. Simply put, it means you have the right to use force to defend your home and your family against someone who threatens you and who has entered illegally.
So we're seeing some movement on this. I think this is going to help Pierre Poilievre for anybody who actually sees it, because they're not going to get it's not going to get a lot of coverage on the mainstream media in Canada, obviously, because they know, like the CBC or Global or CTV knows that people will like this, so they're not going to show it to them, right? The same way they didn't have anybody from the UK on during the election saying anything negative about Mark Carney. They know that would hurt. They knew that would hurt Mark Carney, so they wouldn't show it. So this is the Canadian media, right? But anybody who sees this, the vast, I've got to think it's got to be 70%. I mean, there's a lot of very woke progressive people that will just they will. The idea of anything that doesn't feel as progressive, as radically progressive as possible, makes them upset and angry and causes them psychic distress. But for, probably 70% of the country, they'll hear this and they'll go, yeah, I want to be able to just protect my home and my life, especially when somebody is put in an unreasonable position. So the standard is reasonable force. But how can anybody be expected to be reasonable in an unreasonable situation? You've been woken up in the middle of the night. You're groggy. All of a sudden you've got adrenaline coursing through your system. You're confused. It's almost like a temporary insanity defense, isn't it? Like, how could you be expected to parse out the criminal code in that moment? It's obviously ridiculous. How can you be expected to be able to function rationally in that moment? I mean, it is literally in your mind. You have no idea. Is this life and death? It may well be. People do get killed by home intruders, especially if you've got, family at home with you right then. The idea that anything isn't reasonable in that circumstance is absurd. That's like something from the Soviet Union. No, whatever happens, happens. Right? You do something unreasonable and put somebody in an unreasonable position where they can't be expected to act even rationally, in terror, in fear, adrenaline, they're confused. Once you cross that threshold, that's it. Your rights, you left your rights at the door or the window that you climbed in through. Done. Castle law. Over. You're not going to be breaking into anybody's. If you're not going to be breaking into anyone else's houses because literally you won't be alive anymore, okay. I can live with that. Who else can live with that? I can live with that. All right. In fact, maybe we'll even check out. I didn't pull it up before the stream, but maybe we'll check out that section 34.2. Give me 1 second. This might be totally impenetrable. Criminal Code Canada, section 34.2. It might be totally impenetrable. There is no section 34.2. What? Section 34. Okay. Well, let's go there. So section 34, legal concept of self-defense, specifically defining when a person is justified in using force to repel. Okay, so where is that? Let's go there. Is it this here? Let's see. Let's see. Section. Okay, how about this? Here we go. 34. A person is not guilty of an offense. A person is not guilty of an offense if they believe on reasonable grounds that force is being used against them or another person, or that a threat of force is being made against them or another person. Okay, so far so good. An act that constitutes the offense is committed for the purpose of defending or protecting themselves or the other person from that use of threat or force, and the act committed is reasonable in the circumstances. Now, reasonable, the word reasonable is where the problems kind of start coming in, right? Because what is reasonable? In what circumstances can you be expected to be reasonable, or to even have the capacity to be what a court would consider reasonable? I argue that in the middle of the night, or really any time that suddenly there's an intruder in your house, it's kind of like all the rules are at the window at that point, are they not? Can you be in an extreme situation like that? What does the word reasonable even mean? So in determining whether the act committed is reasonable in the circumstances, the court shall consider the relevant circumstances of the person, the other parties, and the act, including but not limited to the following factors. Now, I hope everybody in Canada is memorizing all of this right now, just in case somebody breaks into your place. You don't want to get arrested. Let's see. The court shall consider relevant circumstances of the person, the nature of the force or threat. You have no idea. Somebody could look like they're not armed. They can have a knife in their pocket. They can have a gun. You don't know. It's dark. You can't see. You have no idea. B, the extent to which the use of force was imminent and whether there was other means available to respond to the potential use of force. Well, you know what? Now it occurs to me, perhaps everybody should have a counselor or a social worker. Yeah, that's it. Everybody should just have a social worker in their place at all times, right? Just in case somebody breaks in case you need other means to respond. I mean, what is this? The extent to which the use of force was imminent. You have no idea what's in this person's mind. You can't be a mind reader. The law should not require people to be mind readers. The person's role in the incident. Well, you're in somebody's house. I think we know your role. Whether any party to the incident used or threatened to use a weapon. Somebody could say, I'm not armed, and actually be armed. That shouldn't be your problem as the homeowner. The size, age, gender, and physical capabilities of the parties to the incident. Well, you know what? I tell you what, I'll give them this. If a baby breaks into your house, maybe if a baby breaks into your house, okay, maybe hold back a second. The nature, that was a good one, actually. The nature, duration, and history of any relationship between the parties to the incident, including any prior use or threat of force, and the nature of that force or threat. I don't know. You wake up at 3:20 in the morning, there's somebody in your place. It just feels like a game over thing for me. The nature and proportionality of the person's response to the use of threat or force should not be your problem. Whether the act committed was in response to a use or threat of force that the person knew was all. Look, in the middle of the night, you can't think straight. You've got hormones flooding your system. You've got adrenaline flooding your system. You can't be expected to be rational or to, remember. Let's see. What did part F say? Or, what did part E say? Size, age, gender. Well, it's not a baby that broke in, so I guess I should be fine. Yeah, this needs to be changed because this is just perfect for an activist judge, just to go through all this. If you're an activist judge, you can find a reason to convict somebody or to put somebody through the hell of a trial. If you're an activist judge, you can find reason in this to put somebody through the hell of a trial because you used too much force. It was not proportionate force, right? I say you have no idea what's in that person's mind. You don't have any idea whether that person was armed or not. Even if they look like they're not armed, you have no idea if they are. You won't know until the threat is neutralized. It's all pretty simple to me. I think we need new laws in Canada. Sane laws. Sane laws. So Pierre Poilievre posted this clip, and he said, "Your home is your castle. I call on the government to pass the Stand on Guard law to preserve Canadians' right to defend themselves without fear of punishment." Yeah.
Against you when you.
Yeah. So let's move on. Oh, yeah. So this is from Jinglai Hay. So Pierre Poilievre and Larry Brock explained that the Attorney General of Ontario has the power to direct government prosecutors to fully drop the charges. So this is a question. So the way it works in Ontario is the police actually file the charges, and then the prosecutors decide whether to go with, to continue with it or drop it or change them or make them worse or less or whatever. So this doesn't need to be happening to the man who was a victim of a home invader.
Thanks for having me here, Ezra Levant from Rebel News. For years before marijuana was decriminalized, it was the position of police and prosecution not to charge anyone with small amounts in possession.
So that's Ezra Levant from Rebel News asking the question.
So they didn't wait for the Parliament. I see that Mark Carney's favorite premier, Doug Ford, has said he's for the castle law, and other provinces like Alberta have said that too. Will you call on Doug Ford not to wait for Carney to reconvene Parliament, but rather to issue a statement that there will be no more prosecutions of homeowners who defend their homes just as a matter of policy? Because right now his prosecutors are going after Jeremy McDonald, whose home was invaded in Lindsay, Ontario.
And those are provincial prosecutors who are doing that? Well, I think that's a great idea. I don't know the legal powers that a premier has to direct the prosecution service, so I would not comment on it. But I would hope prosecutors would stop going after law-abiding people who are defending their property. We need prosecutors to go after criminals. Now, as for their ability to do that, I've never been a Crown prosecutor, so I don't know. We have a Crown prosecutor here in Larry Brock, so maybe he can jump in on this.
Thank you, Leader. Although Crown prosecutors in every province, particularly in Ontario, maintain independence, as long as they can justify that independence, they are still directed policy-wise by the Attorney General. In this case, the Attorney General of Ontario being Doug Downey. To answer your question, Mr. Levant, Mr. Downey has that ability to perhaps direct Crowns in light of what we are doing at a federal level to reflect upon the change in legislation we hope is about to come.
So the man, he doesn't have to be put through this, but this is what I mean. What you do have a conservative government, progressive conservative government, provincial government in Ontario, led by progressive conservative Doug Ford. Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything to change there. Wouldn't expect anything to change there at all. Doug Ford, just call him Fat Carney, right? Not a conservative, a total big fat fraud, in my opinion. That's just what I think. All right. So this is furthering. So in this same press conference, there was somebody in the audience who had a story as well. So, I mean, it's not a secret that crime is a major problem in Canada now. It's got much, much worse after a decade of liberal mismanagement. Let's hear this. So you can't really hear her ask the question, but he will sum it up. Pierre will sum it up. So let's go forward a little bit here. He's listening, and then he will speak on it. Okay.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God.
Ask how that. This is what's happening. And this
That's a very powerful story. I don't know if you heard it, but this wonderful lady was just telling me that a man was approached by a lady who pretended to be friendly and then went to steal his wedding ring off of his finger. He'd just lost his wife the year earlier. And did he get his ring back? So he's never got the ring back. So here's this man, it's the precious meaning of a wedding ring stolen from him after he already lost his wife. But this is the kind of thing that's happening on our streets. And this is why we have a duty to work together to stop the crime wave and to restore safety. And I hope they find that criminal. And it was a woman who did it to him? Well, she should be locked up. They should lock her up and throw away the key.
Yeah, Canada is just turning into a shithole. Well, it already has. Let's face it. Let's be honest. And let's hear this as well. Here's just one more, Pierre Poilievre. Now, we haven't heard anything from Carney on this, have we? And he can't, because it's self-defense isn't a progressive value, right? Protecting the criminal is the progressive value. So he can't. He's kind of, his hands are tied. He can't weigh into this.
You need to be able to do whatever you think is necessary to save your family. And so our caucus is going to be talking over the next several weeks about changes that the criminal code may need to clarify the absolute right of Canadians to defend themselves, including by taking very aggressive and even lethal action against someone who's broken into their house.
Yeah. So
you need to be able to do whatever you think is necessary.
This is the kind of forthright comment that we need from conservative leader in Canada. We don't need watered down. We don't need, oh, what will the CBC say? Oh, what will, purple-haired gremlins say? Oh, what will far-left activists say? What will far-left communist academics say? Just speak to sane people. Don't change it. Don't water it down. The people who don't like it will never vote for you in a million years anyway, right? Those people would rather be victimized than vote for you. So just this is it. This is what we want, right? Anything necessary. And in those circumstances, anything is anything. Because you have no idea what is in that other person's mind. And you shouldn't have to read their mind. And you shouldn't have to be a doctor and do an on-the-spot health assessment of that person if you've done too much harm or not. That's not your problem. The second that you invade a home and you cross the threshold, you leave your rights outside. Just done. Just done. That's it. Will there be some level, like some rare circumstance where it ends up being a tragic mistake? Well, look, there's car accidents every day. People die in car accidents every day. We don't ban cars, right? I think it's much better for society to know that you can defend yourself and you don't have to hold back, especially when your family is there with you. Obviously, just neutralize the threat. And on top of that, we're going to need some reform to gun law in Canada. It's a lot of what Trudeau has done is going to have to be reversed. Period. And Canadians, as it gets worse, and it's not going to get better anytime soon, it's just going to keep getting worse as Carney keeps pouring in millions of new people into Canada. It's going to get worse, and people will just start demanding it eventually, just for their safety. All right. Let's check this out here. So here's Poilievre fact-checking Carney, using his trip to Germany as an example. So Carney keeps flying off to Europe in his chaotic quest to, for the new Canada, the new European Canada, to build these new links and deals with Europe, with this crumbling union, this crumbling, contracting union, which is unstable in any case. I mean, these countries can't deal with their own economies. I don't think that it doesn't seem to be very far-sighted to be deciding that this is the future. Not the largest economy in the world that's right next door. It has roads and railways and stuff right there, which is super convenient for trade. But no, across an ocean. Across an ocean. Of course, you want to do trade with them if you can, but the idea that somehow that is going to be a replacement for the United States is just straight up insanity. But Carney keeps running over there again with his silly plans. Let's hear what Pierre Poilievre has to say.
Well, I'm glad that Mr. Carney has noticed my proposal from 3 years ago to develop the port of Churchill, which I proposed back in the spring of 2022. But what I find incredible is that he has been in power for 170 days, and he not only is there not a single shovel in the ground on any of these projects, there's not even firm proposals for these projects. Let me put this into context. He was in Germany. The Germans built, from concept to completion, an entire LNG import terminal in 194 days. That's about how long Mark Carney has been prime minister. And he still doesn't even know what projects he wants to build, or how he's going to build them, or which companies are going to do the building. So what I think you're going to see from Mr. Carney is more big promises without any action. It's more liberal show business rather than getting it done. And I would say, don't confuse activity with achievement. Mr. Carney has been frantically jetting around the world doing photo ops and signing phony declarations that are unenforceable and have no money attached to them. But in 170 days...
Well, no, I mean, he did get an agreement to, in the future, discuss possibly agreeing to agree. So, I mean, that's something, isn't it? Oh, wait, no, it's nothing. Nothing.
He doesn't have a single project underway, while $60 billion of investment, Canadian money, has fled our country, mostly to the United States, impoverishing our people and enriching foreign workers. So what I'm saying to Mr. Carney is I'm extending the hand of friendship to all parties. Adopt the Canadian Sovereignty Act, which will rapidly legalize pipelines, mines, LNG plants, ports, open our economy up to the world. It will get rid of the capital gains tax on any reinvestment that is done in Canada to make our economy roar. Our workers will have paychecks that grow. Our economy will be self-reliant. And I say to Mr. Carney, steal my ideas. Take the credit for it. I'll help you write the bill. You can be the one to introduce and pass it. Let's just get it done. It's time to stop stopping and start starting.
Yeah, you notice, like, he's forthright on important issues, like crime, for instance, and immigration, much more so than he was during the election. But he's also trying this tack of saying, like, just take our ideas, steal our ideas. I'm reaching out a hand in friendship. Will that be effective? I don't know. I mean, I think really what it comes down to is when enough people reach that line where when they're finally confronted by reality and they can't look away anymore and go, yeah, I can't just keep voting on feelings anymore. I can't vote for, a slogan anymore, elbows up. Like, it's time. We actually need a change. I can't just have boutique politics anymore. Because the people that hate him will hate him no matter what. And in the run up to the next election, it will be just as it is in every election. It will be a full court press against whoever is running the Conservative Party. Full court press. And it'll be, people say that you're really mean and you're like a Trump or something. So how do you respond to that? It will be the same thing we see every single time. So ultimately, it's really going to have to, the Liberals have such an advantage in Canada with media domination that it really is going to have to come down to that the Liberals are going to have to beat themselves so badly that even the media can't save them. But I like what Pierre's doing. I think it's good. I think it's, good political strategy. But I also think that he just feels freed now in terms of talking about immigration, talking about the EV mandates, talking about crime. He just feels freed now. I think that last election freed him. You realize there's no point watering it down. You might as well just speak your mind, be forthright, and give people something to really vote for. So I'm all for it. JDL says, Pierre needs to go on Rogan. Yeah, I see that all the time in the chat. And why not? Why not go on Rogan? It's not going to hurt him. It can't hurt him. I do see he's doing a lot of podcasts. He has been doing a lot. He should keep doing it. He should do more. This one here, he was on the Elevate podcast, which is it's good. I like that channel. If you're interested in Canadian political news. But yeah, I mean, why not go on Rogan? Rogan would absolutely have him. Here, Pierre Poilievre. Much media hype about Mark Carney signing a joint declaration of intent with Germany. What does it mean? Nothing. Let's see. What's down here? This JDI is not legally binding and does not create any financial commitment. Great. So an agreement to maybe agree on something in the future if they can agree. Joint declaration of intent between Canada and Germany on critical minerals cooperation. Wonderful. I wonder, they can meet up again next year and maybe they can talk about setting up a meeting where they might be able to, maybe they can arrange a meeting where they can agree to continue having meetings, perhaps, if we're lucky. Let's see. Much media hype about Mark Carney signing a joint declaration of intent with Germany means nothing. Means nothing. It really doesn't. Let's see. And besides, Europe is a basket case now anyway. And now you've got to deal with the United States as well, right? Which is the United States now has increased its trade, its exports to the European Union. So that is also another issue. So now you've got to deal with them on that. It's not looking good. Canada missed the boat on a lot of this stuff, and it's going to be hard to recover. Especially when, again, you're looking to Europe to make up for the trade, and Europe is a basket case. All right. Let's see. Let's go through the chat. Ottawa James says, quit smoking 3.5 weeks ago on a mild vape and feeling fine. Good. You know what? I quit smoking, I don't know, about 6 years ago, and I just had patches, and then I was quit for about 6 months or something like that, and I was doing fine, and I just grabbed like a vape and tried it and was like immediately totally addicted. So now I'm more addicted to vapes than I ever was I was even to cigarettes. I did quit the vaping too for like 6 months and then lost my mind one night. And so it's nicotine. It's better. I feel much better than I did when I smoked cigarettes. So I will say that much, much better. And I don't stink. All right, I'm going to go back in the chat a little bit and see what you guys are saying. I think we're back to talking. Radio Streamer says, I have cameras everywhere. If a person threatens me and attacks, it will be the last time. I care for my elderly grandma and have health problems. Guns were made for people like me. Well, you're in the States, so you're okay. Rogue Thought says, my state just passed a law requiring a permit to purchase a gun, completely unconstitutional. So, but that was in a lot of states already. But yeah, it does sound like it's unconstitutional. I've listened to a lot of like Tim Pool. He's very anti-gun control now. He used to be about gun control, but he changed his mind. Rogue Thought says, the criminals protected more than the victim. Rampant leftism thinking infected all of our nations. Well, it always ends up working out the same way. Criminals protected, law-abiding citizens punished. It's called anarcho-tyranny. Anarcho-tyranny. Trudeau Survivor says, can't they just call it castle law? Do they really have to call it the stand on guard law? Well, I guess we have to differentiate it so that we're not MAGA. Woo! Let's see. Canada's really dumb that way. Radio Streamer says, if this keeps up and a single part of Canada becomes even independent or U.S. territory, then Canada will be largely done. I can't imagine the lefties will give it up without force, even if voted on. Well, it would take years. It would take years to happen. There's no question about it. It's not like you'd have a referendum and then the next day. Like, you have to work out currency, like everything. Like, there's so much that would have to be dealt with. All right. Let's see. Ottawa James says, Dude and Lindsay invaded with a crossbow. That's right. And there are also two people waiting outside, although he didn't know that. It doesn't matter, right? Like, you can't be expected to be reasonable just simply because of the psychological and physiological circumstances of being put in that situation. It should just be basically an insanity defense every single time. Like, how could you be expected to even act rationally? Like, let's see. Trudeau Survivor says, everybody immediately understands what is meant by castle law. Stand on guard law. What the F is that will be most people's thoughts. Well, it's true. So people do know what most people, I think, know what castle law means. Although, I mean, in Canada, what percentage in Canada? I'd say probably 50%, maybe. Streamer says, if a person breaks in, then they have chosen that your life and theirs may be worth less than your objects. At that point, they have given up their right to live. I don't even think you have to go there. It's just simply a matter of you can't expect the victim in that situation to behave reasonably. Like, an expectation of reasonableness is unreasonable. Trudeau Survivor says, getting a legal education, the stream is amazing. Yeah, because we actually went through the criminal code, which nobody does. That's why it's the best stream. Everybody says the other streams are losers. Losers. Radio Baloney's the best. Radio Streamer says, we have pretty good laws here down in the States. Cop once told my mother, just make sure he is past the door. Well, in Florida, the police chiefs just say, they just say, yeah, if somebody breaks in, just shoot them dead. Let's see. It depends on which state you're in. Like, I think in New Jersey, I believe I heard that you have to retreat from your property. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says, and this is a really good point. The problem with 34 is that it doesn't include property. That's right. So in the criminal code in Canada, it doesn't distinguish between like home invasion, property, and just general self-defense, which is a problem, and that needs to be rectified. Chef Rico, how you doing? Let's see. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, wait, does the baby have a knife and a red scarf? Yes, because we were joking. Because there's an age, that's a factor, age of the intruder. So we said, well, if we'll give them that. If a baby breaks into your house in the middle of the night, then maybe reasonable force. I don't know. But does the baby have a knife and a red scarf? Well, that's the problem. If it does, I guess they're starting early these days. Also, that would be some Chucky vibes if a baby can break down. Now, if it's a demonically possessed doll, absolutely. Absolutely protect yourself and your family. Rogue Thought says you should expect the perpetrator is capable of anything. Yes, exactly. I mean, absent the ability to read minds, assume the worst, because that's the safest course of action for you. You are the victim in that situation. Rogue Thought, see, now this is where we get into the nuance. What if it's a 35-year-old leftist who identifies as a baby? What if the government changed their passport to identify them as a baby? Well, again, this is where the nuance comes in. JDL, how you doing? All right, JDL, 13th like. Hit that like button. That is, I mean, what a wonderful thing. Hit that like button, everybody. Hit that like button. And wherever you are, whether you're on Rumble or YouTube or X or Locals, just hit the like button already. Everybody's doing it. You don't want to be left out. Get that good karma. In these troubled times, can you afford to turn your back on that great karma? I don't think that you can. Also, people, look, if you're not subscribed to the channel, just subscribe right now. Take the choice away from the gatekeepers. Take the power away from the gatekeepers and take it yourself. You're the one in control. Be in control of your own destiny. The gatekeepers, it's a miracle you found this show in the first place. The gatekeepers don't want you to come back. Take that away from them. Take their power away from them. Subscribe right now. Then you'll know if you see a stream, if you see one of my videos out, you can watch it. You can make that choice. And they can't do anything to stop you. Nothing. Also, become a channel member. That's the best way to help out the channel. Become a channel member, and it's a wonderful thing, and everybody loves it. Let's see. It's nature's greatest miracle. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, in my living room at 3 a.m., uninvited, bang, 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 bang. Intruder moves a little, bang. Feel good story of the year. Another person not R-worded or robbed. Well, you know what? Look, when you climb in that window, you're leaving your rights outside. That's how I feel about it. Rogue Thought says, progressive conservative? That's like an arsonist firefighter. Turns out it is. Turns out it's exactly like that. Radio Streamer says, Canada's turning into a shithole. Everyone, quick, take up a collection for Radio Baloney. 2-ply only. I've seen Carney. Yeah, we need it. Toilet paper is expensive in Canada now. Let's see. I have to use the Toronto Star most of the time. Let's see. PC means Libby Light. Yeah, exactly, Ottawa James. Exactly. Rogue Thought says Canada's new capital is in Davos. Well, I mean, half of Carney's cabinet is WEF, and Carney himself is WEF, so why not? Oh, Rosie's finally getting out of work. Can pay a little attention to excellent work. Let's see. PR needs to go on Rogan. Agreed. Let's see. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, be authentic and speak the truth, talking about Pierre Poilievre, an excellent weapon against these leftist commies. Well, this is the thing. You know, eventually, reality will assert itself, you know, and be there and speak for reality, be an advocate for reality as people wake up to the real world and find that line and say, I just can't afford to vote on fashion anymore. I can't have boutique beliefs anymore. Okay, now things are getting serious. Let's see. Shays. How you doing, Shays? Alberta is treaty land and no Alberta sovereignty exists. You know, when I say there's going to be a lot of legal issues, that will be one of the legal issues. And how that will be resolved, I don't know. Although I do think that if things get to a certain point, Alberta, I think it's entirely possible Alberta becomes independent, and there's nothing that will stop it. Let's see. Rosie asked, did Princess Baloney and Mr. Snacks know you when they returned? They did. They did. They did. It was good. Let's see. All right, let's get to the, I'm just going to cut to the end of the chat here. Let's see. Rogue thought Trudeau saying you can't defend yourself with a gun and even feigning shock at the idea was disgusting. Yes. Yes, I got that video around somewhere. But yeah. Candle Monkey, how you doing? All right. Candle Monkey got like 14. You know what? That's 1.02 good karma for you, my friend. Let's see. All right, let's move on. What are we, an hour and 43? Man, we've barely gotten through anything. I think we covered all the Poilievre stuff. Here we go. So from Brian Lilly posted this. Now, this is a story that was broken by Juno News in Canada, independent news in Canada. Brian Lilly says, not a good look for Canada's state broadcaster. They've been hiring temporary foreign workers. The 1.4 billion publicly funded CBC is hiring temporary foreign workers. I guess it's just like a virtue signal for them or something. Like it just made them feel warm and fuzzy inside to not hire Canadians. It's like an extra diversity boost or something like that. They're just thrilled by it. Let's see. Let's bring up this. So, yeah, CBC hires temporary foreign workers for media, business, and tech jobs. Something tells me those are jobs that Canadians would want. In an exclusive breaking news story, Candace Malcolm reports that Canada's state broadcaster has hired at least 20 temporary foreign workers to work in journalism, business, and tech jobs in Ontario. Now, I would have to think that even lefties in Canada would look at this and go, well, wait a second, I can't find a job. Like CBC, I'm left wing. I'll just do whatever is progressive for the CBC. Like they can't hire me, they have to hire a foreigner. Like maybe that's too much. Like I don't care about Tim Hortons or construction or any of that, but it's me this time. I want to do the journalism or the business or tech jobs for CBC. You have to wonder. I mean, if any of them even find out about it, I mean, CBC is not going to tell them. So if you want to watch the whole thing, you can go to the Candace Malcolm show, Juno News, because she's showing that government documents on Juno News that show that the CBC has hired at least 20 temporary foreign workers in their Ontario offices. And CBC, let me remind you, takes $1.4 billion from Canadian taxpayers and hires foreign workers. Just defund them already. This is just, if they hadn't already betrayed the country enough through their bias and through their election manipulation, then this should just, I get even Canadian leftists, people who vote for the Liberals, because it's hard for everybody to find a good paying job these days. Even they would look at this and go, well, come on, this is too much now. CBC has used labor market impact assessments to claim they cannot find Canadian workers to fill these positions. Do not believe that for a second. The CBC since 2015 has filed at least 20 of these in Ontario, including for positions they deem high wage. There is zero chance that the CBC could not find Canadians to fill these, frankly, high prestige positions and high wage positions. CBC foreign workers hired, announcers and other broadcasters, broadcast technicians, web designers and developers, interactive media developers. There is zero chance that there were no Canadians that would have liked these jobs. Like, what is this at this point? I mean, it's just total lunacy at this point. They don't even have the good sense to hire Canadians. $1.4 billion funding, public funding. How can this be possible? Computer programmers, computer network technicians, business management consulting, marketing researchers, and consultants. Does anyone really believe they couldn't find Canadians for these jobs? No, and nobody should. Update, CBC spokesman Chuck Thompson told True North that they were unaware of the issue, but would provide a more informed answer in the future. I wouldn't hold my breath. Regarding your question, there's nothing I'm aware of, but perhaps if you could give me more specific details, I'd be able to give you a more informed answer. I'm surprised CBC just didn't immediately sue them right, to try and hide it. I don't know. But yeah, this is, I guess, the kind of lunacy that we've come to expect in Canada now, which is a wonderful thing. Wonderful, wonderful thing. All right. Did we have anything else here? Yes, I wanted to show you a little bit more of Canadian media bias here. So it's always in the framing. So that's really the main tool that they use. It's always framing things negatively towards the Conservatives, as if it's a common one is, far right. It's as if somehow a conservative position is out of the norm. It's not, acceptable. It's not, it wouldn't be acceptable in polite company, or perhaps some sort of, it's influenced by conspiracy thinking, perhaps, or maybe shadowy, scary MAGA figures south of the border. Let's take a listen to this.
And potentially leave you stranded in a Canadian winter. I really just don't think that is a choice Canadians want to make right now. They, voted for this new federal government. I would say it's, the same government, but new leadership, new prime minister, largely because they ran on a campaign of growing our economy, and policies like this do the exact opposite.
What's the main reason for your opposition, though? Is it all those practical considerations that you just talked about, or is it an ideological opposition to this sort of policy altogether?
So there we go. Is it ideological? In other words, like far right, they're conservatives. It's just ideology. They're conspiracy theorists. They're talking about the EV, the insane EV mandate in Canada, the impossible, unworkable EV mandate, with the goal being zero internal combustion engines being sold in Canada by 2035. So zero gas cars in Canada by 2035. It starts next year with a mandate that car dealerships must sell 20% of their inventory must be EV, whether people want that or not. And if they can't do that, they're going to get hefty fines, which will achieve nothing but just driving up the cost of cars. Canada is freezing in the wintertime, right? Much of Canada is very cold and gets very cold in the winter. And there's a little bit of a problem with EVs. All right, let's take a look. I put together a couple of things. Hold on. Electric vehicles lose up to 54% of their range in cold weather. Guess what? For a good portion of the year, Canada's a frozen wasteland. It's really cold. Only 9 of the tested electric cars have less than 40% loss of range. This is not good. Deep freeze test for 25 models. Canada gets very cold. What's going on here?
On Calgary, some evidence of that at the Tesla lot, where many people, of course, are trying to get that charge and telling us that their Teslas are only getting about half the mileage as they usually do under these extreme cold conditions.
Half way to the office take like all 140 kilometers of the duration. So I have to charge in the middle of the day in order to get back home.
And that's just one example of the kind on Calgary, some evidence of.
So it's not reasonable for Canada. Plus, it actually damages the batteries long term, the extreme cold that we have across much of Canada. Here's Pierre Poilievre talking about the EV mandate and just, illustrating how insane it is.
In just a few months, on January 1st, the Carney mandate, the Carney ban on your gas vehicle will begin to be phased in. It will require 20% of dealership sales to be electric, and any car sold above that quota will pay a $20,000 tax. I call it the Carney tax. The Liberals' mandate would continue to worsen as years go by until 2035, when gas vehicles would be banned altogether. The auto industry is already under enormous stress after Mark Carney broke his promise to get a July 21st, 2025 deal with to end the tariffs imposed by the United States. The last thing they need is a job-killing, price-hiking gas vehicle ban. The CAA found that all electric vehicles can lose 40% of their power during cold winters. EVs that are comparable in utility and function to their gas-powered vehicles on average cost about $20,000 more. Consumers should be free to choose the car or truck that they drive. They should be able to decide for themselves what they buy and how they get around. And yet we know that Mark Carney's plan will punish them for making those choices, and according to the Canadian Journal of Economics, kill 38,000 jobs across this country. That is why I am announcing today that Conservatives are launching a massive nationwide campaign to stop Mark Carney's ban on gas-powered vehicles. This campaign will include motions in Parliament, pressure campaigns in local Liberal MP ridings, press conferences and events at car dealerships across.
Yeah, there's so many problems with this, not just the loss of range. Also, too, where are people going to charge these things? Right, like apartment blocks. Where are people going to charge their cars? You live in an apartment block. Where are you going to charge your car? It takes a long time to charge an electric car. You're not going to. It's not like just driving into a gas station, take you a few minutes. No, you're going to be sitting there for half an hour, maybe even if it's say 15 minutes, right? Well, you're going to have big lineups at the charging station. Still, it's just not realistic in any world. It's madness. Then the grid. Where are you going to get all of the energy from? Are we going to build 12 giant CANDU nuclear reactors? Those things are very expensive. I mean, at least if they were saying they were going to do that, even though we can't afford it with our national debt right now and with our economy, but at least if they were saying that, like, we haven't heard any, what is it going to be? Windmills, solar panels? That's not going to do the job. This thing is it's bafflingly stupid. And this was a Trudeau policy, but it was a Carney policy. Carney had been advising Trudeau since 2020. We know this. It was in all the papers in 2020 that Carney was coming on board to advise Trudeau. Just take a cursory glance through Mark Carney's book Values, and you will see this has Mark Carney's fingerprints all over it, as does much of the Trudeau policy post-2020. This is a Carney policy. It's insanity. You'd have to think that they're going to scrap it or delay it or something at some point, but who knows? Maybe this is just a really important part of Mark Carney turning Canada into his net zero laboratory. I guess we will have to see, won't we? All right. Let's keep moving. So this is the sort of thing that's happening in Canada. So regarding immigration, day 3 of posting jobwatchcanada.com jobs data. This is Michelle Rempel-Garner. Conservative. Vancouver unemployment, 7.7%. BC youth unemployment, 12.1%. That's high. But a fat burger in the area wants to fill a job with a temporary foreign worker for $34.65 an hour. And the Liberals are going to let them. And apparently daily updates coming up on this. So Fatburger hiring a foreign worker for $34.65 an hour when you have this kind of unemployment. One might ask, why? Why is this allowed to happen? This is not sane. Obviously, this is a problem. It seems like they're picking foreigners over Canadians. this is what's happening in Canada. It's totally irrational and insane. And eventually, like, enough people are going to have to wake up to it and go, well, I can't find a job. I vote Liberal. I vote Liberal every election. I can't find a job. And I just found out on social media because CBC and Global and CTV wouldn't tell me about it. But I just found out that they're hiring people for $34.65 an hour at Fatburger, but they have to be a foreigner. That doesn't seem right. Maybe I can't just have these boutique political beliefs anymore. Here's some more Canadian immigration news. Do you feel safe at all driving on a highway in Canada anymore? This guy had all falsified documents. Well, I take road trips and it's getting scary out there. Let's take a look at this. This is after that horrible accident that happened. Wasn't an accident. The horrible incident in Florida with the truck driver. Let's take a look. This is what you have to worry about on Canadian highways now. He's looking at his phone. Look at that. Just whoever's in that car, I don't know what happened to them, but, it doesn't look good, does it? Guy just looking at his phone. I mean, it's unbelievable. Let's go back to the start. Look, he's looking at his phone. I mean, this is shocking. Guess what, by the way? And this is from the CBC. I'm sure whoever did this investigation, I'm sure all these people must have gotten fired immediately. Hidden camera, internal memo reveal how unqualified truck drivers are getting onto Canada's roads. Now, they do conceal who's behind the, let's see, bribes, forged documents, the bribes and forged documents at Ontario's drive test centers. This is a story of import the third world, you'll become the third world. CBC doesn't want you to know that part of it. The system for testing truck drivers in Ontario has been compromised by bribes, forged documents, and rigged testing, says a memo leaked to CBC's Marketplace by an industry insider. So the trucking industry, including like testing centers, has been dominated now. Well, what happens is, again, when you change the culture of a country, when you bring in millions of people from a different culture, they're going to bring in the positive things of their culture and the negative things, like just endemic corruption, for instance. And all of a sudden you start seeing bribes, forged documents, and things that just were unthinkable, really. At least being widespread, it was unthinkable not that long ago. But things have changed, and it's different people, and they're not the same, and they don't think the same way. This is a problem. All right, let's keep going. How about this from Cian Bexty? Absolute. Who would think of doing this, by the way? Moving to a foreign country, getting a visa to go to a foreign country, and then protesting the government while you're there? Wow, absolutely massive protest in Ontario. At Brampton, of course, calling on Canada to adjust their immigration policy to allow them to stay in the country. How many of them are just on benefits, you have to wonder? Of course they'd want to stay. Look at this. Protesting the government. They had an agreement, and they're choosing to break it, and now they're protesting the government. How is this tolerated at all? Shouldn't just every single one of them be put on a plane home immediately? Like, what do you mean you're protesting? No. You signed the documents. Live up to your end of the bargain. We did. Now you have to leave. No, it's not a discussion. It's not a negotiation. Get out. In fact, we're going to help you. International students protest in Brampton, Ontario. The agreement wasn't that you get to stay forever. Now you have to go, like you agreed. Canada is just seen as a joke. Like, obviously, it's seen as a weak country. You wouldn't do this unless you saw the government as being incredibly weak and stupid. As well as, I guess, Canadians in general for voting in a government that would allow this lunacy. No, get the fuck out. Not allowed to stay anymore. That was the deal. That was the contract you signed. Get the fuck out now. Let's see. These guys tried to kidnap a couple of women in Canada. So, yeah, these are just, yeah, that's exactly what you thought. Exactly what you thought. Let's see what happened. Arrests made. Additional suspects sought in attempted kidnapping. That's Peel. I just want to reiterate in plain English what these guys did, allegedly. Ron Chinzer posted this. 3 men tried to kidnap 2 women they didn't know, and you can only imagine what 3 men would want to kidnap 2 females for, obviously. One of them was caught, and police found he had a Glock with what looks like a switch, an illegal device that turns a handgun into a fully automatic machine pistol, plus a rifle and more than 100 rounds of ammo. He was already under a firearms ban, but he still got released on bail. Wondering why crime is skyrocketing in Canada? Well, you bring in lots of criminals and then just let them do it. Not a great combination. Yeah, see, this is just Canada now. Some more of Canada's finest there. Don't be Canada. So for everybody watching this outside of Canada, this is a learning experience for you, right? Don't look away. Like, remember this. Remember this. You don't want this for your own country, your own state, whatever. Don't be Canada. Let's see. All right, let's go back to the chat for a minute. Rogue Thought says the amount of minerals needed to create enough wind or solar to replace even half of the West's energy production is impossible. Yeah. JDL says dog sleds making a comeback in Canada. Maybe that's what we'll be reduced to. Let's see. Chef Rico says, I don't think my landlord will be putting in a charging station. Probably not. Let's see. Ottawa James says, EVs are fine for those who can afford, but don't mandate them for fuck's sake. Well, exactly. Exactly. Just let people choose their own vehicle. It's Canada. It's a problem. Like Lower Mainland, Vancouver Island, you know what? They're probably mostly fine. But not through most of Canada, not in the prairies, not in Ontario, not in Quebec. Chef Rico says, batteries don't hold their charge in the cold. No shit, Sherlock. Yeah. Trudeau Survivor says, Canada's also mandating ethanol from corn to be mixed in with the gasoline now. That's also stupid because it just ends up you really intensively using land that should be used for farmland, so it drives up the cost of food. Nevada says, we have to jumpstart cars in Chicago every winter. Yeah, just wait till you get that electric car. It just ain't going to start. Let's see. Rogue Thought. Batteries discharge in cold weather are known for decades, but totally surprising to our current society. Yeah. The whole thing is madness. Like this EV mandate in Canada, it's madness. It cannot work. It's not that it won't work. It's that it can't work. Let's see. I'm going to skip down a little bit. Ottawa James says simply, damn commies. Damn commies.
And that's nothing but pure and simple old-fashioned communism.
That's right, Jackie Gleason. Jeff Rigo says, we have dumbass policies here. In Canada, we have the policies you would get from 10 years of a radical, progressive government. Chef Rigo saying, and by here I mean Southern Canada, pronounced California. Well, that's my greatest fear, is that Canada has just turned into California and there's just really no bottom, right? There's no low that's low enough to convince enough Canadians to just confront reality when it asserts itself, to just accept it when it asserts itself. JDL says universities and colleges are indoctrination centers. 100%. They are. That's another issue that's going to be. Here's the thing: is that in Canada, if we ever do get another conservative government, they'll have to contend with the fact that the Senate has been stuffed full of leftist, radical progressives by Trudeau, and I'm sure Carney is on his way to doing that as well. So that's going to be a problem. Every institution, I mean, CBC, you just defund it, I guess, and it'll just go out of business immediately. But Global is still going to be biased. CTV has still got that woke culture in it. Most of the media does. You've got some nominally conservative print media, but people don't have the attention span to read anymore, unfortunately. But academia is going to be pumping out revolutionary communists. Every institution, all of the various professional college, like the College of Psychologists and nurses for every province, they're all completely captured, ideologically captured at this point. So there's going to be an enormous amount of work to do. Not to mention the bureaucracies, like the government itself is now jammed full of radical leftists. So there's going to be a lot of work to do. I mean, you saw the effect in the States, right? With the deep state, it turns out the American government deeply infiltrated by people who hate the United States. And obviously you saw what happened in Trump's first term. And they're still there hanging around, by the way, waiting to strike. Trudeau Survivor says the Trans-Canada Highway kills hundreds of people per year. I'm starting to see a pattern. Yeah. Let's see. JDL says he's thirsty now. Thirsty now. Does look like a good drink. Let's see. Spambot says, don't worry, you can warm your hands when your electric car catches on fire. That's right. When you're in rural Canada and it just stops working when it's minus 35 out and, you're 100 kilometers from the next place, you'll get cold. You can freeze to death quickly. But the electric car will catch on fire. So you can warm you. That'll keep you warm. Just don't breathe in those chemicals. Those are bad for you. Let's see. Chef Rico says Eastern California wants to pull in Alberta. Well, that's my understanding. And, I think Victor Davis Hanson has talked about this quite a bit, that it's really just the coast, which is retarded in California. And, you go inland and it changes, but it's just that population concentration is towards the coast. So they're just screwed. Oregon is the same way. That by the coast it's super retarded commie, and but when you go in it starts to become reasonable and conservative. Let's see. All right, let's move on. What do we got next? So I think you know what, I wanted to go back for a second and just listen to her a little bit here, because I want to go back and hear his framing. And this is the media technique, right? It's always framing things negatively. So it's just, they're just, conservatives are just ideological on this issue, right? I mean, that is hilarious, by the way, coming from the CBC. I'm talking about a liberal policy, but it's that framing. It's that drip, 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 drip every single day that just makes a Mark Carney prime ministership possible.
Our economy, and policies like this do the exact opposite.
What's the main reason for your opposition, though? Is it all those practical considerations that you just talked about, or is it an ideological opposition to this sort of policy altogether?
Yeah, is it the practical reasons that explain, that illustrate why it can't work in Canada? Or are you guys just like, is it ideological or something? Are you guys conspiracy theorists?
It's a common sense concern of Canadians. Right now, affordability and economy are the top issues for Canadians. It certainly was the top issue of discussion during the last federal election. I think Canadians thought they were going to get a lot more common sense out of this government, but they're not. We have one minister, industry minister, Melanie Joly, saying that this government is not going to go down the path of policies that don't make sense. And then yet you have the federal environment minister saying that they're not going to make any changes. They're going to keep this EV mandate in place. It doesn't make any sense.
The question should have been phrased, is your opposition to this obviously ideological policy ideological? That should have been the question, right? But it's hilarious because, I mean, before that, he has to say, well, yeah, there's all these practical concerns, those things that people should be concerned about if you actually want realistic, functional policy. Consider logistics, that sort of thing. And then, but it's ideological, right? Just ideological. Your opposition to this obviously ideological policy, this fantasy, this ludicrous, ideologically driven policy. Your opposition is ideological, right? Because then they just cancel out or something, maybe? I don't know. It's so tiring dealing with this. I wanted to show you this Konstantin Kisin. He's talking about the BBC, but it parallels Canadian media, the CBC, I think NPR in the States. It's really the same thing that happened everywhere. And it really happened around Trump when Trump, around 2015, 2016. That's when actually, I should say it was really when Trump actually got elected. In 2016, that's when it went from, a bias to just almost like an evangelistic attack. It went from, the kind of leaning left bias to just total ideological capture on the left, where they decided to throw away all journalistic integrity. It didn't matter anymore. What mattered was winning. They weren't happy that Trump got elected. They were devastated that Trump got elected instead of Hillary. And that's not just American media. That was Canadian media. That was British media. It was a devastating blow. It signaled something very frightening to them, that they weren't in as much control as they thought that they were, that their left-leaning, left bias reporting wasn't enough. They just had to completely abandon any objectivity whatsoever to achieve their goal, which is, of course, to push progressive ideology. Anyway, let's take a listen to this.
I don't think BBC presenters should be political in that way. But it's interesting because it's one of the fascinating things about the BBC, whereby you've had this great institution, which is what the BBC is, a great institution. There was the gold standard of journalism for a very long time. And then at some point that must have changed. And I know because I've spoken to people who left around the time that it did change. And they said it was no longer about journalism. It now became ideology. But then the pretense of it being the gold standard of journalism remained. And so you had for some time these people like Andrew Marr, like Emily Maitlis, and others who were working at the BBC and being these independent, neutral journalists. And then they all left the BBC and started their own podcasts. And now you know what they really think. And you go, these people aren't independent at all. And there's no possible way that Emily Maitlis, who can't wrap her head around people wanting to lower migration and has to call everyone racist when they do, there is no possible way that that woman is capable of journalistic independence. That's physically not possible. So I think we've kind of been gaslit for a while about this stuff. And that's the presenters, right? Then you go into the BBC and you meet the production staff and you go, okay, you've got a nose piercing and blue hair. I don't know what your politics are, but I can fucking guess. There's probably a very small number of people who are capable of being high-level presenters who could be recruited to front shows on the BBC who would be capable of doing it neutrally. Likewise, coming back to how we started this conversation, I'm pretty sure it would be possible to find someone to host Match of the Day who doesn't opine about politics.
Yeah, I mean, as hard as it is to believe now, CBC was once a really credible news outlet in Canada. I'd say always kind of, liberal leading, but, decades ago, liberal meant something different than it does now. And it did represent Canada at one point, and it put out programming that people actually, Canadians from all, walks liked. And it did me. I have great memories of the CBC from when I was a kid. But that, as the academy, as universities became more and more captured by the mind virus, of course, they're pumping out more and more, ideologues. And essentially, cultural revolutionaries, a red guard being pumped into society year after year. And so the change has been happening in Canada for decades in our own media, just as it happened in parallel in the United States, in the Western world. So as these people were graduating from, journalism school and getting their various degrees in whatever, they were moving into the workforce. They were infiltrating CBC, BBC, NPR, wherever, CNN, MSNBC, all of them. And then the final thing for them, the final trigger for them was Trump winning. And they were already, much of the staff was already, and the producers were already, they'd all been trained to be cultural revolutionaries already, and even political revolutionaries as well. And then Trump winning in 2016 was just that trigger that gave them permission to just do what they'd actually learned in school and throw all the rules out, all the rules about objectivity and integrity out. And it happened everywhere in the Western world at the same time. So, and you hear when you hear Konstantin Kisin talking about the BBC, it just sounds like the CBC, right? Or anywhere else. All right. I think that is. Here's another one. We did this. We've talked about this before, but from Jonathan K. He just makes such a great point. And this is from April 21st. I absolutely love that the Canadian media has gone from "here's why so-called Canada is a colonial settler genocide state" to "here is the correct way to be a proud Canadian nationalist" in like 15 minutes. From this Globe and Mail article, April 21st, the new American threat to Canada's sovereignty requires a new cultural nationalism. It's because there's no principles on the left. But they don't care. It's all about fashion. It's just what feels progressive. It's what will keep them from being denounced from the people in their left-wing bubble. That's it. No principles whatsoever. Don't care, right? The same people who reported on Justin Trudeau saying that Canada's a post-national state and with no core identity, and it's just this, perpetual genocide state that's not even really legitimate. Never a word about that, just kind of solemnly, nodding along, I guess. And then immediately, nope, now we're elbows up, and if you don't go along with this, with what the Rosemary Barton's teleprompter tells you, you're not a real Canadian and you're a traitor. It's chaos. It's just nihilism. It's just it's by any means necessary and just whatever works right now to trick enough people. That's it. All right. So we've done this. What do we got next? We did Canada immigration. We did all this. Oh yeah. All right. We could do the UK. Let's go back to the chat for a second. You know what? I think we all miss Noodles. The noodle lady. Mesmerizing. Brian Watson, how you doing, Brian? Says Europe close to civil war. There's a lot of talk about it in right now in the UK especially. But you know, Europe and the UK have imported a fifth column into their countries, all of them, right? And it's a population that anytime there's anything they don't like, they riot and they burn stuff, especially in France. So there's going to be problems there. It's inevitable at this point. I don't know what they're going to do. You're starting to hear remigration talk. I think Sweden is actually, on a small scale at least, starting to remigrate people. But they've got a major, there's going to be violence there. I don't think there's any question. At some point. I mean, there's violence there now, right? But I'm talking about a larger scale. Especially if one thing you have to really consider is that, hold on a second. Where do I have something here? Do I still have it up or did I get rid of it? Hold on. All right, we'll just dig into it. So a big problem that they have in Europe is the UK. There's a lot of talk about an IMF bailout because their economy is in such a shambles, in no small part due to Mark Carney being the governor of the Bank of England until 2017 and having printed way too much money and pushed through a bunch of just frankly insane net zero policies that have made energy incredibly expensive and contributed to the UK being, going through a process of de-industrialization right now, which is insane. France as well, IMF. And look, England had a IMF bailout in 1976. Don't think it can't happen again. France, same thing. So they've got serious problems. Now, if they do, regardless, either they take an IMF bailout and they have to introduce austerity, which means they're going to have to cut money to the large population of immigrants that just don't work. Like in France, I think it's 50%, 50 to 60% just don't work. They're just on benefits for life. And every time they don't get something that they want, they lose it. And it's major chaos in the streets. UK, if you have forced austerity by an IMF bailout, again, there's going to be a bunch of people they brought to their country that are expecting to just live on benefits forever, just be paid to have lots of children. They're going to freak out. So you've got to have austerity either way. If you don't have the austerity, you're going to need the bailout. If you get the bailout, you're going to have forced austerity. So that's a major problem coming up. Let's see. Are we talking about EVs again? Hold on. Let's see. Radio streamer, if it's a hybrid like a Prius, you at least have a 12-volt lead acid traditional battery. Here's the problem in Canada is that it's zero emission vehicles. That's the mandate. So hybrids are not included. I mean, even with hybrids, it's still crazy. But no hybrids? I mean, that's just taking it to another level of stupidity. I mean, at least if you can have hybrids as well, if everybody drove a hybrid, that's not going to break the country, right? The zero EV thing is just the utterly insane part of it all. Ottawa James says, Radio B and others are the true media now. Well, I couldn't agree more. What's going on with ads, though? That's what we all want to know. What is going on with ads? What's going on with the Rumble Premium ads? I heard those are really great. Let's see. People, you've probably noticed Rumble is growing fast and it's not slowing down. It's good to hear. They're building a real alternative to big tech that puts creators first. Hey, that's me. And actually protects free speech. That's for you, you guys. And now there's Rumble Premium, an easy way to upgrade your experience. With Premium, you get ad-free viewing across the platform. That's beautiful. That's the best way. No pre-rolls, no interruptions, just the content you came for. And everybody likes that. Plus, Premium members unlock exclusive content like bonus videos, behind-the-scene drops, maybe anti-communist materials. Who knows if you watch Radio Baloney, and more from your favorite creators. Now, I'm telling you right now, I joined Rumble Premium, and it was the happiest day of my life. Right, way better than like being there for my first child being born. That sucked by comparison. Right now, Rumble is offering $10 off an annual subscription. Which is a beautiful thing, but probably commies still can't afford it because of the whole communism thing. Just go to rumble.com/premium, rumble.com/premium, and use the promo code STUDIO at checkout. That's rumble.com/premium, promo code STUDIO. No ads, no communism, more freedom, and content that you actually care about. That's the deal, folks. You know what to do. Beautiful. Just beautiful. That's what everybody was waiting for right there. All right. Let's see. Brian Watson says that the English court ruled asylum seekers have more rights than the rights of English people. I did see that. A couple of activist judges. We do have some UK stuff coming up, I think next. Rogue Thought says France is teetering as well. Germany, the engine of Europe, is looking at an abyss as well. Well, Germany's economy is contracting at this point because of, stupid, idiotic policies, the kind that we're well acquainted with here in Canada. Let's see. JDL, anyone seen the new Jaguar yet? Well, I know we did cover their new ad campaign. Let's see. Chef Rico says California has the same EV policy. I didn't know that. Trump told them to pack sand. It's not surprising, though. I'm surprised that California hasn't just banned cars at this point. Let's see. Chef Rico says, well done, ad read. Woohoo. Raider Streamer, a platform that believes in free speech and a place to practice or even invest. Anti-communist sentiment, 9.8 out of 10. Acceptable levels of commie hate. 0.2 revision for noodles while listening. 10 out of 10. Beautiful. That's almost the most you can get out of 10, I think. All right. Everybody follow the channel. Everybody follow the channel. Everybody like the stream. Get your free good karma right now. Are you crazy? You're crazy. You're going to turn your back on that free good karma. All you got to do is click. If you don't, something terrible can happen to you. That's all I'm saying. I don't think it will, but maybe. Who knows? Karma is a mysterious thing. Also, become a channel member. That's the best way you can support the channel. It's a beautiful way. Everybody loves it. Let's see. Sail cars ahead. I know Greta Thunberg is very sad that we can't just all travel around on clouds. Why don't we just travel on clouds? It's because of Israel, Greta. Israel doesn't let us ride on clouds. It's their fault. Yeah. How dare they? All right. What do we got? What do we got going on? So here's, all right. Here we go. Did we do this? All right. I want to show, let's do some UK. Elon Musk says this madness needs to end. So Lucy Connolly has been released from prison after serving 10 months of an unjust 31-month sentence for a single deleted post. The UK government's crackdown on free speech remains a concern, but it's great to see Lucy reunite with her family. X will continue to be steadfast in our support of users' right to freedom of speech on the platform. So it just... Lucy Connolly, a user on the X platform, posted a comment on X in the aftermath of the Southport massacre in the UK, where children were killed. As a mother who lost her firstborn at 19 months old and has a 12-year-old child, she was triggered by the unjust suffering and death of children attending their local dance class. Her understandable frustration came out in her post on X. After cooling down and a walk with her dog, she decided to remove the post. Despite the post only being live for a few hours and her subsequent deletion of the post, she was arrested and charged under Section 19 of the Public Order Act for publishing material intending to stir up racial hatred. Based on advice she received while in custody, she pled guilty and was convicted. She believed a guilty plea would result in her being able to get back to her family faster. Instead, she was sentenced to 31 months in jail because of her post and denied the ability to release on temporary license, which allows inmates up to 2 days at home with their families. Well, the thing is, they wanted to make an example, so they don't care. They don't care. Obviously, the UK government does not care about the British, or the institutions does not care about the people. So fortunately, she only served 10 months of a 31-month sentence, but 10 months for a post which she deleted, which frankly would be completely understandable to post something that might offend somebody after a horrific crime that didn't need to happen because the person who did it should never have been in the country in the first place. Elon Musk says this madness needs to end. Yeah. So this person here says, shallowly, I feel embarrassed because I'd had 1 hour sleep and I do look rough as hell in this video, but the feedback being, you're a tart with too much makeup on is proof the point was worth making. All right, so what's the point here? So these are the people that will happily watch their own civilization burn to the ground for fashion, for political fashion, right? So people don't call them names. These are the people. Let's listen.
You think about the rape conviction rate last year, it was 4%. What if you manage to convict an asylum seeker because they have come here and done something heinous, is that going to change all of the white men in this country who go out?
Per capita, learn it. They pretend they don't know this. They pretend they don't know who's overrepresented in the numbers. They just pretend. She knows very well. But you know what? It's not fashionable to know it. So pretend that you don't. Pretend that you don't. You don't want to be denounced in your radical progressive bubble. That'd be terrible. That's way worse than horrific crimes being committed against your fellow citizens. These people will just watch the Western world burn around them and then cry afterwards at how unfair everything is. It's just... How do they not know? How do they not understand? Right? Like, the UK is not freaking out. The working class Britain is not freaking out because of their imagination or because of conspiracy theories. They're freaking out because they're taking the brunt of what's happening. They're taking the brunt of just the unrestrained mass migration into their communities, not where she lives, where they live. And they have the nerve, people like this have the nerve to just say it's all racist. Well, what about white people? What about white people? Take a look at the prison population there. There's a bit of an imbalance. Does that matter? Does that mean anything? Not to these people. And this is what I feel embarrassed because I'd had 1 hour sleep. So what? Shut up. Shut up. You're an idiot. All right, the full story, this is from Grums. The full story of the Scottish lass with the weapons is even worse than the media is reporting. Now, I can't independently verify this, but let's take a look. And of course, we're talking about this girl who's become a symbol of resistance to their own government. Right? They're calling her, the modern Queen Boudica. Yes, so what happened was the girls were out just walking, and the man in the picture made comments to Lola, the younger girl, calling her sexy and other sexual remarks that the girls started to, and then the girls started to tell this man to leave them alone and stop following them and making sexual remarks to them. After that, the man's sister, also in the picture, came around the corner and physically attacked Ruby, the older sister. She grabbed her hair, dragged her to the floor, started to punch her. Then both the man and the woman were kicking her in the head while she was on the floor. At this point, my daughter, Maya, called the police, so my daughter's account after that is all a bit blurry, but that is when Lola had the weapons. She pulled them out to protect Ruby. After that, the man came back at Lola, recording her, making sure she showed the weapons to the camera and antagonizing her. Ruby was hospitalized after the attack with a severe concussion and a tennis ball-sized lump to the back of her head, as well as lots of bruises. So, I mean, the video that we've seen kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it? You've got a problem. It screams, you've got a problem. That all those people that have been complaining and voicing their concerns, perfectly rational concerns, well, maybe they have a point. The only solution, of course, is to arrest the little girl. I mean, how do you know when your government hates you? This is a pretty good clue, isn't it? All right. But there's lots of memes here. There she is with Braveheart. She's definitely become a symbol. And I think a powerful symbol, because men will see this, and in a sense, they might feel some shame that they haven't stood up. I think it's a powerful image. What's this one here? I can't remember what this was. Let's take a look here. I must have put this aside for a reason. Let's take a look.
You have pushed us too far, you people on the left. So people are saying, no, enough. We are proud to be British. If you want to come here, be proud to be British. If you don't come here.
I have to say I'm not bothered. I think the whole thing is a bit silly. I think it's a fad. I think people get fed up very quickly about shooting up lampposts to put the flags there.
These are the most shameful people in the Western world. Like old men. Old men selling out the younger generations, their own grandchildren, although he probably doesn't even have grandchildren. Old men, that saying that, a healthy society or good society is one where old men plant trees, the shade of which they'll never sit under. But that's the opposite of this. Just burn it all down, just for his place, just for his social standing, his professional standing. Right, so that he'll be invited to this, the right dinner parties. These are the most shameful people in Western civilization, in the world, in my opinion, the most shameful people. Perfectly rational concerns from people that are suffering, and he doesn't give a shit for fashion, for him, for selfishness, for his own position. It's deeply, deeply shameful.
As far as these women are concerned, it looks to me like it was on a lamppost. And of course, they have as much right to pull it down as the people do to put it up. This is public land. If you put a flag up in your back garden, then you don't expect people to come along and remove it. If you put it up in a public place, as obviously this one was, then if people object to it, that's up to them.
What are they objecting?
Yes, yeah, what are they objecting to? What can be offensive about a national flag fluttering from a lamppost?
Because it could be argued that it's provocative and divisive.
Argue about who?
My point is...
Just shameful. Just shameful. It could be provocative. Just shamefully weak and pathetic. I mean, again, this is just the death of Western civilization. That's what he represents. Right? People like this are despised by history. People like this are like enemies of Western civilization are despised by history. And he will be he is a shameful figure. And putting up flags, it might be seen as provocative. So it's your own goddamn country. So what? You're allowed to, I mean, it's baffling. Hold on. So, it's people putting up the St. George Cross. That's what he's talking about, or the Union Jack, which is now just a statement that the working class is making. It's a warning to the government. I mean, what's this? Government considers banning England flag from being displayed in public. Can this be real? Oh, hold on. This image is fake. Okay. All right. We're going to do a fact check on it. It's fake. Forget about that. I'm going to cut that from the clip. Not real. I should have checked that before the stream. We were going to check it now anyway, so we would have found that out. But yeah, you can see people just painting the St. George Cross all over the place. These are all working class people, and it's a warning to the government, right? You better start listening to us because they've been betrayed. They were betrayed for 14 years by a conservative government, right? That campaigned on cutting immigration. Labor campaigned on that as well. Of course, none of it was true. It's never been true. They've been betrayed over and over and over again. And to be honest, it doesn't look like reform, if they win, is going to be that much better, but maybe Farage will surprise everybody. All right. What's going on here? So Trump is, there's a lot of testimonials you see online from people saying, DC is way better now that Trump took over. Still haven't totally got it yet. I mean, I guess, I don't know if you can arrest somebody for just that, but they still got some work to do. Just... What, like, you're these guys, and there's just that. Like, I wonder if he voted for Trump, or she voted for Trump, whatever it is. She voted for Trump. This is what, I guess I guess liberalism is just this now. So, I guess that's what you get. That's what you voted for. All right, let's move on. So, shall we do the trade shooter? I guess we have to do that, don't we? Let's go to the chat first. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says, let's see a fight to the death between X-Girl and Greta. I know who's going to win. X-Girl. X-Girl's going to win. Let's see. Let's see. Rosie says, premium Rumble ad read, great growls, strong and believable, 10 out of 10. That's almost the most you can get out of 10, I think. Not a mathematician. Let's see. Chef Rico says, these globalists want to destroy 1,000 years of British tradition. Yes, they do. Clearly they do. Trudeau Survivor says, shut up, commie. Glasses guy. The glasses guy, yeah, he was a stupid commie. Just a despicable, gross figure. Rogue Thought says they want to destroy all of Western culture. Yes, they do. They just don't care. It's awful. All right, let's keep going. We're going slow tonight. That's the problem. We're going really slow. We're 2 hours and 46 minutes in already. All right, at some point I should probably let Mr. Snacks out for a pee. He's not bugging me though, so he's all right. Right now he's gone to, I set up in the desk, because I got like an L-shaped desk, and I set up a little dog bed with a blanket and some pillows, and I kind of block the sides so it looks like a little enclosed space. We call it his studio apartment. So right now he's in his studio apartment. just listening to the stream. He's got his ear up, so he's listening to the stream right now. So, an extremely right-wing dog, obviously. I indoctrinated him. So let's see. And do they have to scream it from the rooftops? So this is from Trans Army. We want more than visibility. What does that mean? Trans Day of Vengeance. Stop trans genocide. That's not a thing. Trans Day of Vengeance. So I wonder if people who may be suffering from some sort of mental illness might be pushed over the edge by rhetoric like this. We want more than visibility. Well, what does that even mean? Oh, yeah, here, quote, just say when. Okay, so obviously we're talking about the Minneapolis shooter. And Daily Mail said she. It's a he. It's clearly a man. Everybody can see it's a man. We all know that it's a man. Tired of being trans and moaned she'd brainwashed herself into thinking she was female. So you see, even in this Daily Mail, right? I mean, this headline is saying this person decided that they'd been brainwashed into thinking, this man was saying they were brainwashed into thinking he was female, and they still use the female pronoun. I mean, it's just madness. Maybe they're just confused. They don't know what to do. Now, I did watch, I'm not going to play any of it. I did watch some of the video. I've gone, looked at the decryption of the manuscript. And this was a crazy person, genuinely crazy person, had been fantasizing about something like this since he was 7. Lots of anti-Trump, anti-Christian, also anti-Semitic. Now I see they're saying that, like, well, the anti-Semitic, that would be right-wing. Has anybody been paying attention since October 7th, a couple years ago? No, the whole anti-Semitism thing, that's a left-wing thing now. Has anybody heard those mobs, what they scream? All right, they dropped the whole Zionism thing a while. Before it was like, well, death to Zionists. Yeah, they dropped that. They dropped that pretense a while ago, right? The whole anti-Semitism thing goes really well with that leftism these days, with progressivism these days. So clearly a lot of that. Also just a total lunatic, a demented lunatic. We have to start asking questions about, though, encouraging people into mental illness. And at this point, we just have to say that, right? Like, we've seen, let's hold on a second. I mean, you can just see the behavior, right? But what have we got here? We've got, hold on, let's see. So Minneapolis Catholic school shooter, trans. Nashville Christian school shooter, trans. Denver STEM school shooter, trans. Aberdeen shooter, trans. Philadelphia King Sessing, Philadelphia shooter, trans. Colorado Springs shooter, non-binary. So something is happening here. And perhaps encouraging people into a delusion is deranging them further instead of giving them responsible treatment. Perhaps, right? We have to, what are the effects of these hormones that, what is the effect of flooding people with hormones that they're not supposed to have? What is that doing to their brains, as well as mixing in SSRIs into that as well? Let's take a look at this.
Angry. Go out, buy a gun. It's okay to be angry.
Get out of my face now!
If you try to stop me from going into a woman's bathroom,
Excuse me, it's ma'am.
be the last mistake you ever make.
It is ma'am.
Find that anger.
Just because people.
Harness it to do good in the world. This anger.
You're done, man. We can just make a batch and say that some of us well.
Anger is probably my primary source of motivation.
You want to call me sir? The thing is, you don't have to leave. You will lose your bed.
For everything that I do.
Cut that out now, or you'll go home in an ambulance.
It was a call to action or a call to arms. Don't be afraid to show your anger.
Seems like they drop the whole kind of feminine thing real quick, doesn't it, when they get mad? I think what we're seeing here, too, is that you didn't see this happening before. I mean, obviously, it was a much smaller percent of the population in the past that was what we're calling trans. But also then, you know, I think that there was more of a kind of medical protocol you had to go through. There's, you know, there obviously wasn't a social contagion 20 years ago the way that it is now. And I think there was more of a barrier to entry essentially at that point. And now with the social contagion aspect of it, you're just getting tons and tons of people that are just getting this so-called affirming, the affirming, what is it called? Gender affirming treatment. So all that means is that no counseling, no looking into your past, any kind of comorbidities, anything like that. Just immediately, yes, we're just going to affirm your delusion. Here's some hormones. Here, let's start planning for the surgery. And you're flooding with all these people who knows what they are. They don't know what they are, especially young people. Right? And would this have a deranging effect on people? I think you definitely can see that. I think you can imagine that it would have a deranging effect on people, on very confused people, especially when they start realizing that it's not making things better. These interventions are not making things better. And then you have all of this violent rhetoric and this demonization of anybody who would question it. Anybody who would question, a kindergarten teacher, suggesting to a 5-year-old that they're the wrong gender because they picked up the wrong toy, right? Or having some completely inappropriate book in a kindergarten or grade 1 or something. The utter demonization of these people, or anybody who might suggest that perhaps there's a different cause for that 14-year-old's discomfort or that 30-year-old person's discomfort. It seems like a perfect recipe to derange people. Let's see. I mean, here's the media, right? MSNBC's Jen Psaki on the Minneapolis shooter. Let's take a look at this. I think we can guess where this is going.
And all they should be hoping to do is have someone to sit with at lunch or someone to play with on the playground. And they should be waiting to hear an update when they get home. And that is not what these parents at the school experience today. Sorry, this is a tough one. Having your child killed while they are sitting in a pew for a morning prayer service is not what any parent should have to worry about. And I have felt a mixture of anger and a lot of anger and emotional exhaustion about this today, as I'm sure many of you have, because we have been here so many times. And yet again, like clockwork, half of the politicians in our country have little more to offer than thoughts and prayers. That is all they are offering. Join all of us in praying for the victims, was Vice President J.D. Vance's response today. That's what he said. That's it. Please join me in praying for everyone involved, Trump wrote. We have seen this play out over and over again. There is a shooting, then come the thoughts and prayers, and then comes the attempt to shift the focus. This is what always happens. You're going to start seeing narratives. You're already seeing them. They're already out there about how the shooter was trans. You're going to see narratives about how the shooter appeared to be anti-Trump.
Yes, there's a pattern. There's a pattern here, Jen Psaki. Okay, I know you don't like it. I know that you're not going to weep for all of those children whose lives and futures are going to be ruined because of so-called gender-affirming care, which is a euphemism if you've ever heard one. I know she's not going to cry for them. Couldn't care less. She couldn't care less. Those were crocodile tears there. Obviously, she couldn't care less about any of this. Otherwise, she couldn't do her job. But this is what you'll see. This is what you'll see. Let's see. Cross-sex hormones and mental illness equals deadly consequences. Gays against groomers. Let's see. Dr. Jebra Fauché. Hold on a second. What's this? Eugene Weekly. Let's see. So there we go. As the Trump administration attacks trans people, they haven't. They haven't. There have been no attacks by the Trump administration on trans people. Zero. The Trump administration is not afraid. Is opposed to medical gender experiments on children who can't possibly give informed consent. Some queer folks are armed and ready to bash back. Can you imagine if this was just like, I don't know, a mega magazine? Can you imagine that? But this is all fine. Totally gets a free pass. Jen Psaki is not concerned about this. This has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. Just don't look. Don't look. Look away. Are you triggered? Geez, I wonder what's happening. Let's see. Encouraging people who are mentally ill to damage themselves further with cross-sex hormones, messing with their brains, right? Messing with their brains. Geez, I wonder. And then this is fine. This is encouraged. Geez, I wonder what's happening here. Let's see. There's no way to pin an ideology on this. Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Been put in that position. These kids did extraordinary things, but they never should have been put in that position in the first place. This was a madman. He was an all-purpose hater, by the way. Hated groups left, right, you name it. There's no way to pin an ideology on this.
Well, look, the vast majority of what I saw was all left-wing stuff. All left-wing stuff. Now, of course, this person was crazy. And it sounds like this somebody who may have done something anyway, although we don't know. Certainly, there was a lot done to guarantee this outcome, right? I mean, I think that we can say that perhaps if this person had some responsible treatment instead of just gender affirming, right? Maybe if there had been some responsible treatment, some counseling, perhaps a psychiatrist or something, dig into something, maybe it could have been prevented. We don't know for sure. It certainly was a lunatic. But yeah, I mean, there's no way around the trans ideology and the far leftist ideology. I mean, when you write, kill Trump, like, I mean, I don't know. That's kind of like, that's, I kind of feel like there's an ideology involved there. If only the shooter had a manifesto and etched phrases into his guns so we would know his ideology. Oh, wait, he did. He was a mentally ill trans terrorist who hated Trump. Well, it's, somebody who also said that they were tired of being trans and moaned of being brainwashed into thinking he was female. So, yeah, it's all just, everything about this is chaotic dysfunction. Everything. And don't be surprised when people become deranged, when they are exposed, when they are bathing in chaotic dysfunction. It should come as a surprise to nobody. It's time for the Western world to wake up and say, yeah, it just ain't right. All right. Rosie says, do you remember kindergarten? It was a long time ago, but I do remember. We played house and cooking and used Tonka trucks to build in the sand pile. We made art, loved reading, circle, and being read to, and nobody told you were born in the wrong body. Right? JDL says Mengele was way ahead of his time. Well, this is nothing less, and you guys all know because we've been through the WPATH files, the leaked documents from WPATH many times now. Yeah, this is nothing less than gender medical experiments. And from the leaked files from WPATH, they know it as well, yet they keep doing it. Chef Rico says, maybe if you treated his illness instead of encouraging it. Exactly. Like, this is going to be seen as, equal to, lobotomies eventually. It has to be. JDL says, Munchausen by proxy by the parents. Yep. Well, when you see, a 5-year-old or even younger, like 3, 4, they're starting now, like, that's clearly the parents. Munchausen by proxy, 100%. It's clearly a way of parents getting attention. Sociopathic parents getting attention. People who shouldn't be parents. Radio Streamer says to Rosie, that was before the fall of Western civilization started full tilt. Even in the 90s here, it was okay. This has simply been a case of good men doing nothing. Well, we saw wokeness beginning to emerge tentatively in the 90s. And it just, everybody went to sleep and just let it happen. Spambot Fodder says, my kindergarten teacher let me read to the group on Fridays. Now, he didn't make you put on a dress, though, did he? Yikes. Okay. Rogue Thought says, this won't last. They can push this, but people love their kids and want peace. These stories expose their lies. Well, if you end up with the leftists, if you end up with a Chinese totalitarian type system, which is what I think is really the Davos agenda, well, I mean, you don't have any choice at that point, right? Like, your kids aren't your kids anymore. And, look, you had the one-child policy in China for, a couple of decades, which has turned out not good for them now. But, what would you do? You have no power at that point. All right, let's go through some memes, shall we? Let's see. Lord of the Rings memes. I love these. During labor, the pain is so great that a woman can almost imagine what a man feels like when Boromir dies. I know, not quite, though. Can't quite imagine that pain when Boromir dies. But whether you're reading the book or watching the movie, but still, it's close. It's close, I think. Let's see. It's okay to ridicule evil. The devil whispered, I'm coming for you. I whispered back, that's gay. That's gay. That's what you do. That's how you do it, folks. That's how you do it. That's gay. That's how you do it. It's okay to ridicule evil. Let's see. For real. Kids today want the latest iPhone. I remember wanting this pen. I love this because I remember wanting this pen too. It was so cool. Do you remember those days? For computers and cell phones and all of that? This pen was like a treasured thing. This was like a prize. It's got blue and it's got red and it's got green. Oh my God, it's awesome. It's all in one pen. It's the perfect pen. Yes, this was a treasured item back in the day. Let's see. Is my Amazon Alexa spying on me? Well, first off, it is. So that's just answered. Why are you so quiet? What's on your mind? Is my Amazon Alexa spying on me? Yes. That's why you don't get an Amazon Alexa. It is spying on you all the time. They tell you it's spying on you. It's listening to you. How the hell else would it know when you say Alexa to come alive? Obviously, it's spying on you. It's a spy. You just bought a bug in your house. Like you just said, don't bother bugging my house, government. I'm just going to do it myself. All right. Let's see. Hi, can I buy you a drink? Sure. Jupiter, she's not interested. I think there's a deeper meaning to this. So this is like in the bar, can I buy you a drink? The pretty girl says sure. Then the fat friend comes by and with the purple hair and says she's not interested. Sometimes, though, especially if you've ever seen the Hot Crazy Matrix, sometimes the fatty is doing you a big favor. Big favor. So just keep that in mind. YouTube carefully crafting ways to make their site even more fucking worse. I can tell you that it just never ends with YouTube. I told you about how, when I first started doing the live streams, I started clipping them, and my channel was going great, better than ever. And then overnight, 90% of my views gone. Not doing anything different, just doing the same thing that had been working great. Overnight, 90% of my views gone for a long, long time. It's never actually recovered back again, although it's gotten better for periods. So it'll go better for a few months and then just drop off again. Just nothing. Not doing anything differently. Now, all of a sudden, my click-through rates for my thumbnails has just gone down to nothing, like 1.1%, 1.9%. Not going to get any views that way. Not going to get recommended. I haven't done anything different. It's all exactly the same, but just all of a sudden now the click-through rate goes to nowhere. Well, that's not organic because I haven't changed anything. I haven't changed my content. The thumbnails all look exactly the same, right? They've just started. Now the algorithm decided to show my videos to people who are not interested. Well, that's not going to work well. I can never win on YouTube. It's hopeless. I've just come to the conclusion it's hopeless now. Any time that the channel starts picking up momentum, right? Like if a video just suddenly gets, and it happens occasionally, it'll get tens of thousands of views, tons of new subscribers, tons of likes, high percentage of likes, lots of comments, very positive, everything's great, great, retention rate on the video, and then just nothing. Right. So it's not the content. The content, if people see it, they like it. If it gets to the right audience, they like it. It's not that. It's just YouTube. It's the algorithm. I've just given up at this point. I'd still put stuff on there, whatever. Maybe someday it'll work. I'm just not worrying about it anymore. I'm hoping to build up Rumble. Let's see. How to save money and have fun as an adult. Just sleeping. That's me now. That's my life now. So this is like the best part of my life right now. It's just that. Let's see. Hold on one second. Just had to pet Mr. Snacks for a second. All right. Let's see. What's this? Here's hoping 2025 will be better than... Fuck, is that Godzilla? I think that is. Not good. Let's see. What's this? Dad, I think I'm a boy. Well, you're not. That's it. That should be all of the gender. That's the actual gender affirming care. Right there. Dad, I think I'm a boy. Well, you're not. That's it. Done. Boom. I mean, this is guaranteed to have a positive outcome. Guaranteed. No drugs, no surgeries, no permanent medicalization, no like brain damage or cancer or osteoporosis, none of that. Just, well, you're not. And then everybody gets on with their lives. And then she gets to, maybe have a family later. Maybe she wants to just be a real estate agent. I don't know. But you haven't ruined things. You haven't pre-ruined her life yet. So she's really become a symbol of resistance there. And a powerful one, I think. Let's see. How men treated women before feminism, after feminism. Weird. Feminism broke. What's this? What's it like living in the UK? I can't complain. That's good. No, I mean, I can't complain. I might go to jail. That is literally what's happening there. Let's see. Hate crime. The heinous act of disagreeing with a leftist. Yeah, it turns out. But it feels like they're losing their power. It feels like these words, they are losing their power, doesn't it? Boudica Reborn. Yes, there you go. What was this? Okay. I think we've gotten through all the memes. Let's go back to the chat for a second before we get to some stuff that's going to enrage us further. Enrage us further. That's why I'm here, to enrage you. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, don't even get a ring cam. Let's see. Mickey says, I have that pen. I don't have that pen anymore, but I remember that when I was a kid, and it was a very important. Spambot Fodder says, 11 out of 10. That's how much I loved that pen as a kid. Well, 11 out of 10 is almost the most you can get out of 10. Yeah. Rogue Thought says, I remember that pen. Yeah, it was like a big deal, right? Let's see. Spambot says, my kindergarten teacher was a wonderful woman who was very nice to all of us kids, and she didn't try and cut off your genitals, which is a really great thing. Let's see. Rosie says, but what happens? A man decides to be a woman, destroys male traits, loses male friends, not accepted by women. Their only connection is to the mentally ill. Well, most of the time, they want to be lesbians as well, right? Which is just, and then they get really upset when women don't want to be with them. All right. Spambot says, Google does not count click-through if someone only watches the video without clicking a thumb or up or down or make a comment or a premium watcher. Well, I don't know. I don't know what's good. I don't even care anymore. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, I haven't got a recommendation for 2 weeks on YouTube. I had to make sure I hadn't been unsubscribed. Yeah, it's not surprising. Judas Survivor says, Sisu 2 has a new trailer. Sisu 2, I am looking forward to watch. This time he's going after the commies, which is perfect because the first one he went after leftists in Nazi form because Nazis were socialists. Let's go, National Socialists, right? So now he's going after the other leftists from World War II, which is the commies, the dirty, filthy commies. Let's see. Can you imagine, like, you suffered through communism, and now you get invaded by the Nazis. So let's say another equally horrible kind of leftism. And your reward when you win is that you have to live under horrible communism. I mean, it's just, it's horrible. Let's see. Spambot says, feminists greater than we want equal rights. Real men greater than you will get equal lefts. Oh, come on. I can't. You warned me before. You write things like that, for God's sakes. I cannot endorse that. It's evil. You're evil. All right. But we love you, though. We love you. You're still, in that best person ever Hall of Fame. All right. Chivrico, Spambot, I'm stealing that. There's some funny jokes. All right. Now what the hell are we doing? All right. We did memes. EU. So let's see. This is a problem, right? That should have been foreseen, that they know, they keep doing it. Let's see. Belgium grants asylum to this Gazan refugee, and he repays them by boasting about wanting to slit their throats for not being Muslim. Isn't that nice? A Gazan refugee. So, yeah, the Canadian government is right now frantically trying to bring as many into Canada as possible. Let's take a look.
Britain, listen to this lovely European Gazan. Who's saying the problems in the world come from British.
When I finish fucking Israel, I gonna coming fucking British. I gonna fucking also more British. We are coming. We are Islam, Allahu Akbar. We believe Islam, bro. God with us. What do
you think of this verse? فَإِذَا لَقَيْتُمُ الَّذِينَ لَكَفَرُوا فَضَرْبَ الرِّقَابِ.
This is for you.
Is this for Europe?
Yes, yeah. This is for all of the kafir. The kafir. The God bring him to hell, inshallah. Jahannam, like you.
Europe
go Jahannam,
has given this Gazan a home, and he's saying he's going to strike the throats of the kuffar.
They give me home Fucking shit, what do you say? They give me home.
Yes, you're in Belgium. You're in Belgium at the moment. You
take my home.
ungrateful, you ungrateful, you ungrateful Khanzir.
You take my home in my city. You told me I get home here. What do you say?
Well, I don't need to hear anymore. I mean, could this guy be any more the product of generations of first cousins marrying each other? I mean, I don't know. Again, the Carney government is in the process now of desperately trying to bring as many of that guy here to Canada as possible so he can join the throngs in the street screaming death to Canada, death to Israel, death to the USA, attacking like Jewish businesses because that's somehow Israel. Yeah. It's not like we weren't warned. They warned us themselves. I mean, I don't know, that whole 9/11 thing might have been a red flag, right? That might have been a bit of a red flag. The Bataclan, for instance. I don't know. Yeah, outrage in France says Noor Atala, a Gazan refugee who arrived last month on a scholarship based on academic excellence, is exposed for old posts praising Hitler, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and calling for the murder of all hostages in Gaza. She even reposted content glorifying the Charlie Hebdo terrorist attack. I mean, come on. Come on. What do you had no idea? You just got no idea who these people are, what they believe. I mean, it's just total lunacy. All right. Let's move on. Well, Canada. So it never ends. They just will never stop trying to find that oppression, that inequity. It has to be somewhere. They have to check every grain of sand on the beach. It's got to be there somewhere. They've got to find it. Let's see. Wiretap Media posted this. Fat Karen-like soccer moms have decided the Canadian government should regulate competitive sports to make it more inclusive. Because out of the millions of Canadians who play sports each year, 850, it's actually 825, she says, people complained about Canada's sports culture. So let's hear it. Let's hear a little bit of this.
The Future of Sport in Canada Commission was established in May of 2024, following several major reports, including 2 parliamentary committee reports regarding, amongst other things, allegations of maltreatment and abuse in Canadian sport. In the last year, we met approximately 825 people. Some of these meetings took place during the Commission's cross-country discussions and roundtables, which were held in 13 cities across 9 provinces and territories. We spoke with representatives from all 13 provincial and territorial governments, as well as representatives from the federal government. We also met, amongst others, with victims and survivors, athletes, coaches, parents, administrators, experts, academic, and representatives from a wide variety of organizations across all levels of the sports system.
So academic, most of these will be some sort of diversity complaint. Let's see, from the CBC, Canada's sports system is broken and suffers from widespread abuse. Well, there always is some abuse in everything. We do know that. This is her here. Justice Lise Maisonneuve. But what is this really about? What is this really about? Well, let's see. Well, didn't take far in the article to get to diversity. The report also said there is a lack of access and opportunity for many, but more particularly for para-athletes, Black and Indigenous and people of color, and those of the 2SLGBTQI+. No, still nobody knows what the plus is. They don't know what the plus is, but they're just pretty sure it exists. So it's more diversity stuff. And the second you hear academics or academia, right? Some critical studies person out of those 800, some critical studies professor has got their voice in there where, of course, they have to find it everywhere. Just to justify their existence. Of course, the 825 she's talking about, of course, some of those are just going to be totally frivolous. Now, there is one thing in here. I will say the commission is also recommending the proposed authority maintain a national registry of sanctioned individuals, a major gap identified in its report. Now, if this is people that have committed actual crimes, real crimes, okay, that's good. Is it going to be people who committed thought crimes? Probably. That's going to be the major purpose of it. It's Canada, of course. Of course. So I think that it's just they discovered that it wasn't woke enough, because guess what? It never is. It never is, and it never will be for these people. All right, what do we got here? Here's Toronto's mayor. This is who they actually elected. She's a socialist, of course, and the problem with cities, you see this in the United States too, you see this in Canada, is that mayoral elections, local elections are dominated by left-wing activists, because those are the people that can bring, well, I mean, I guess a lot of them are unemployed, so they've got time to do it. Just regular people don't get involved in local elections enough, and you end up with lunatics like this, with like literal communists running your city. And I guess just regular people, you know, have to get engaged on local politics and actually go vote. Otherwise, you end up with this. Let's take a look. She's announcing a bathroom reopening.
That you're having a great time with kids in the playground, or enjoying the cherry blossom that is really beautiful, or in the winter time, biking around or tobogganing down with your kids, and then the bathroom is closed. Well, it's now open as of May 1st. It's open now. That you're having a great.
So this is the quality displayed by the mayor of Canada's largest city. So the bathroom's open again. They must have installed a new glory hole, I guess. It probably took them 3 months to get it in there. So don't forget, Canada's Health Authority advised that Canadians to use glory holes for safety during COVID. Not a joke. Not kidding. That was real. This is Toronto's mayor. Toronto, do better. Do better. Is she drunk? No, she's just a commie dingbat. That's all. Just a commie dingbat. All right. All right. Now we're making some progress. Let's get back to this. We looked at this earlier. It's a classic. I should just get this on the Stream Deck so I could just pull it out anytime, because it's pretty hilarious. I got to remember to do this, actually. You know what? I'm going to write it down. I'm going to get this onto the Stream Deck. Just writing it down. I'm sure it could be useful for special occasions. All right. We covered this last year. I think it first came out. But I just find this is the soul and spirit of progressivism right here. Let's take a look.
Trans people belong here. We need trans people. We love trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people. We love trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people. We love trans people. Trans people belong here.
Won't somebody get this poor Nebraska senator a trans person? Please, please, look, she's in distress. She's in distress. Just get her a trans person. Please, somebody. Trudeau survivor say she's got that they them energy. She sure does. She's got that batshit crazy leftist energy. Nebraska senator. Nebraska senator. I have no words. Well, I have the words. Let's listen again.
We need trans people. We love trans people.
Shut up, commie. Commie gets nothing. Imagine being this in public. This is a politician, an elected politician.
Trans people belong here. We need trans people. We love trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people.
I feel like she probably wasn't always totally deranged in her obsession with trans people. I feel like this is something that happened to her. Is this what we call the woke mind virus? The idea pathogen that takes over a smooth-brained person's brain, that takes over a weak-minded person's brain, and then robs them of their agency and their free will, and just turns them into a robot, a mind virus spreading zombie whose only purpose is to spread the mind virus to other weak minds. This is a great example. It's like when I say that they don't have agency, they don't have free will, I'm not being facetious. I'm saying they have been parasitized. Their brains have been parasitized. This is all they're capable of at that point. Once the idea pathogen is fully set in, this is who they are. Maybe there's a road back. I don't know.
We love trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people. We love trans people.
I mean, what could justify this? What could possibly justify this? I mean, they're not rounding up trans people and throwing them into concentration camps, right? There's no genocide happening. They're saying, well, let's not tell 5-year-olds that they're born in the wrong body because they played with the wrong toy. Right? That's it. It's like, okay, let's not conduct medical gender experiments on children who the ruling body on this, the W path, who came up with the treatment recommendations. Even they admit in their private messages, which were leaked, that their patients can't possibly give informed consent. They don't understand what it is they're consenting to. Right? That's not genocide. That's just, it's just responsible medical care to not permanently medicalize children who have no idea what's happening to them. That's just responsible. Like, that's what a good person would do. Right? A bad person would permanently medicalize them for ideological reasons. And a bad person would be like this person.
People belong here. We need trans people. We love trans people. You matter.
All of them? Really? What about that one who just went into that Catholic church? Do you love that one? Do you need that one? This is the thing. I mean, they tell on themselves, right? On their actual own deep bigotry, the way that they just see people as faceless parts of an identity group. They don't see individuals. Right? If you saw the people around you as individuals, you wouldn't do this. You wouldn't say, we need blah, 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 all of this group. You wouldn't do that. They're just telling on themselves all the time. I mean, obviously, this is telling on yourself. I mean, this is just deranged. This is a lunatic. This is an extremely weak-minded person, right? And this is not somebody who should be making decisions that would affect anybody's life in any way, obviously. No, it's beyond shocking that this person is an elected official and can remain one. This is what leftism does to your brain. This is what the mind virus does to your brain, people. All right, let's move along. What do we got next? Oh, yeah. Diageo plant in Amherstburg, Ontario, which bottles Crown Royal whiskey. I mean, that's what's more Canadian than that. We'll move production to the USA. Yep, this is why Trump wanted Carney to be prime minister, so this would happen. But we've already covered that. What about Melanie Joly? So she's a holdover from Trudeau. There was a lot of speculation that maybe they were doing something together, probably something obscene. She's still around. She's a proven imbecile, half-wit, just a ditz, actually. But she's still around. Carney's kept her around because he knows how the world works and he's responsible and stuff, and he's really smart. So that's why he kept this person around. let's see. Apparently, she's making false and misleading claims. So, wow, what a surprise. Let's take a look.
In Europe, the prime minister has been in Europe, and we heard from conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, who has been, maybe not a huge surprise, but a bit critical of what's been signed over the last few days with the prime minister in particular. And he says that the one deal with Germany on critical minerals is a phony declaration that is unenforceable with no money attached, and he's coming home with nothing of consequence. What's your defense?
Yeah, that's all true. It's an agreement to meet again, to agree in the future at some point.
Of the government's agenda over there in Europe. What do you say to Mr. Poilievre?
I think Mr. Poilievre needs to look at himself in the mirror. When he's describing what you just said, I think he's talking about his own policy.
Why do you say that?
I think he's talking about his own policy. I know you're not. What am I? I know you're not. What am I? Let's listen to that again.
What's your defense of the government's agenda over there in Europe? What do you say to Mr. Poilievre?
I think Mr. Poilievre needs to look at himself in the mirror. When he's describing what you just said, I think he's talking about his own policy.
I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? I mean, this is the quality. This is the quality of the Minister of Industry, of the Carney cabinet. This is the quality that Canada actually deserves because it voted for it. I know you are, but what am I? I mean, let's continue.
Why do you say that?
Because ultimately, he, as the opposition leader, has been talking a lot, but with no action.
He's the opposition leader. You dingbat. Okay, he can't enact policy. And by the way, Parliament's been out anyway because of you. Because, I mean, it's just baffling. Baffling. How does she still have a job in government?
Never did we hear him that we should get to 3.5% of defense budget. Never did we hear him talking about the fact that our armed
Really? He hasn't talked about the defense budget? That's interesting.
forces should get a pay raise in order to recruit better and to make sure that we could support our strong men and women. Never did we hear that we should increase.
Hey, we did ask you about Europe though, so let's all right, we'll let you keep talking.
Defense procurement to make sure that we build more in Canada. Never did we hear from him neither the fact that ultimately we need to be less reliant on the US to become closer to Europe, and that's exactly what we are doing. And never.
That's just an outright lie. He has talked about diversifying trade. He is obviously, everybody saw him doing that, right? He's talked about how the Liberal government of the last 10 years has made it impossible for us to diversify trade. That's just a lie. I mean, is she lying or is she really this dumb? That's the question. I'm actually probably leaning towards she's just that dumb.
Did we hear him about also everything that is linked to our airspace sector and F-35s? So I could go on and on and on, but I think we have not a lot of time for this interview.
Well, not enough time to answer the question you were asked. So, I mean, this is it. This is the quality that Canadians voted for. This is elbows up in action right here. Right here. How is this woman still in government? It's baffling. All right. Don't be Canada. Let's see. Pierre Poilievre, here we go again. 3 years ago, Liberals announced a flashy hydrogen declaration with Germany to great media fanfare. Since then, not a single shovel in the ground, not a single teaspoon of hydrogen shipped, not a penny earned for Canada. Yet Carney is re-announcing the same deal to the same media fanfare with the same results ahead. Well, let's actually pull this up. Let's see, because I've got a spoiler coming up. I've got a spoiler alert coming. Canada's deal to export hydrogen to Germany awaits more federal funding decisions. Canada and German leaders signed agreement on Newfoundland's west coast in 2022. Let's see. There's one problem with all this. Let's see. Germany is implementing significant cuts to its planned spending on industrial green hydrogen projects in its new draft budget, reducing funding for industrial decarbonization to less than $2 billion from a prior $24.5 billion, and slashing overall funding by about 2/3 or $2.5 billion out of $3.7 billion for 2026 to 2030. So it was all nonsense. It's all just public relations and nothing more. And what did you expect? What did you expect from these people? What did you expect from the liberals? The same. It's just politics. It's only politics. The economic genius, the brilliant economist, Mark Carney, it's just the same. It's the same thing. And it always will be. So I wanted to show you this. Quebec plans to table a bill banning prayer in public. The proliferation of street prayer is a serious and sensitive issue, minister says. So I wonder, it must be Christians, I guess. Must be those evil Christians that Sean Foyt must have come back up north again to block off streets for Christian prayer or something. Well, we know that's not true. CBC. I think that, of course, CBC is never going to tell us why Quebec might need to do this. But I think that we already know. Let's see. What's this? Muslims try to intimidate by praying in front of a church. This is from July 22nd this year. Canada. Church responds by ringing bells. I hope everyone knows that these prayers are just an act of dominance. They have mosques. Why are they in the streets? Why would they go in front of a church to do this? Why? They don't need to do that. This is very intentional. This is a show of dominance. And good for the church. Good for the church doing that. But if this were Christians in front of a mosque, it would lead the news for a month in Canada, with renewed cries for censorship and demonization of Christians, and we have to take away your rights because Islamophobia. Look at this. Canada blocking motorists on their way to work. Why do you need to do this? There's mosques. You don't need to do this in the middle of the road. You do not need to do this. This is a show of dominance. This is, we own this place now. It's a dare. It's a dare. Try and stop us. You won't because you're weak. Your government's weak and you're weak. That's what's going on there. A man in Quebec City used a signal truck to block traffic while he gets out to pray. So why is Quebec doing this, this ban on public prayer? Never needed to do it before. Why now? Why now? I wonder. CBC won't tell you why. Here, blocking a busiest road in downtown Toronto to pray. This is happening all over Canada. Why do they need to block the street? They don't need to do that. They've got places to pray. It's a show of dominance. That's what it is. If it were Christians blocking that road to pray, again, it would be a moral panic in this country. This is what you call two-tiered. Two-tiered. Here's in Canada again, blocking the street to pray. It's a show of dominance. I don't care if it's about Palestine or whatever. No, it's a show of dominance. It's like, you have to do what we want. We're running the show now. It was really nice to see Toronto police turn their bikes when the public Islamist prayer started to ensure no Canadian could object or interfere. This is what you call two-tiered law. Right? They get all the rights. Canadians, if it was Christians, no problem. Throw them all in prison. Moral panic, immediate moral panic. Moral panic, just pouring, a tsunami of moral panic pouring out of Rosemary Barton's teleprompter. We have to get rid of this government. We have to get rid of them. Now, I think you're going to enjoy this. All right. And then we'll get back to the chat. But I think you're going to enjoy this. Here is Danielle Smith giving a dose of truth to the Liberals. Now, this is from the Elevate podcast. I think they do a good job if you're interested in Canadian news. But for those who doubt that Alberta will ever get independence, listen to this, and you might doubt it a little bit less. Now, Danielle Smith is not, she's not, an open supporter of Alberta independence. But just listen to this and ask yourself, how far away is it really?
What we're talking about tonight is Ottawa over. Do you want to hear the answer? Ottawa overtaxing us. I mentioned that at the beginning of the evening, that our program costs are 70% of all tax dollars. We only collect 40%. Ottawa collects 60%, and then they use political means to transfer it. Alberta, year after year, has $20 to $25 billion that is siphoned out of our system to go to Ottawa so that it can be spent mostly in Quebec, but also in other places that vote Liberal. We have been watching this for years. $600 billion in the last 40 or 50 years that have been taken out of this province. You don't think we might be able to do a little bit more on social spending if those $20 to $25 billion stayed here? You don't think we'd be able to cut taxes a bit if those $20 to $25 billion stayed here? It is $5,000 per Albertan that every single year gets transferred out of this province for political reasons so that the Liberals can continue to spend it in places that vote Liberal. That is what is happening in the province and in the country.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the money goes to Liberals to bribe people to vote for them in Ontario, Quebec, and the Maritimes. That's where Alberta's money goes. It's just bribe money for other parts of the country for the Liberals. So, and there is a lot of anger in Alberta about pipelines as well, because all this money a lot of it's going to Quebec, and they are just absolutely steadfast in their eco-socialism that they're not going to let any pipelines through. And Carney has promised them that's not going to happen. Yet Alberta has to give them their money. They get nothing in return. Alberta gets nothing in return. This is the kind of arrangement, really the kind of abuse that absolutely will lead to disgruntlement and, that will fuel an independence movement in a place like Alberta. Right, this kind of alienation from the rest of Canada. I mean, Alberta is seen as a bunch of uneducated rednecks by Eastern Canada, by the Laurentian elite, and Albertans know it. So you hear this, and you think, well, for one thing, this is not going to make her any less popular in Alberta. But you hear this, and that's a really powerful argument for Alberta independence. I mean, she's not arguing for that here, but it's a really powerful argument for it, isn't it? I don't think it could happen quickly, but I absolutely think it could happen. And yes, there'd be years of legal wrangling. I absolutely believe it could happen. This is how history works. Things go slow, and then very fast. People wake up, people are not paying attention, wake up, and the world is just different one morning. It absolutely can happen. And anybody who thinks that they can't is not paying attention. Anybody who thinks it can't is not paying attention. All right. Rise of Alberta posted this. Alberta's not angry. We're just done. Sky-high taxes, collapsing services, mass immigration. We've had enough. The second that petition drops, we're signing it. And it just total lack of respect from Eastern Canada, and especially Quebec. All right. So that we are now on the last tab of the evening. We're 3 hours and 46 minutes in. And I want to thank everybody for hanging around, because this has been a long one. and it's going to go longer. Let's go back to the chat. I've been neglecting you guys, and it's just not fair, frankly. Let's see. I might have to take a bathroom break, though. Should we do another ad read? Let's do another ad read. I'm going to do NCAA tune-in. Let's do that one. And I've got to stick strictly to the script on this one, but it's going to be beautiful, people. It's going to be the best one. It's going to be the best NCAA tune-in ad. Everybody agrees. People, the countdown is over. The rivalries are real, and the road to the championship begins on August 23rd. Westwood One Sports brings you every electrifying moment of NCAA football, from the first snap to the final whistle. Top teams, big plays, unforgettable Saturdays. Don't miss a second of the action. Listen to NCAA football on rumble.com, the Westwood One Sports app, on westwoodonesports.com, via Westwood One station streams, or by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports. If it's sports, it's on Westwood One. I did it. I stuck to the script. And a beautiful ad read it was. And so much convenience for all of the people. Beautiful, beautiful thing. I think we'll all remember that ad read for a very long time. A very long time indeed. All right. Everybody subscribe to the channel. Follow the channel. Like the stream. Don't give up. Don't give up on yourself. Like the stream right now. Don't ever let anybody tell you to give up on yourself. I'm not saying that. I'm saying believe in yourself and like the stream right now, wherever you are. If you're on Rumble, if you're on YouTube, if you're on X, if you're on Locals, like that stream right now. Don't let the gatekeeper stop you. Just do it and become a channel member. It's the best way. It's the best way of supporting the channel. Everybody loves it. Everybody loves it. I've never heard of anybody who it didn't drastically and radically change their life for the better. All right. Yeah, so I'm going to take a break for a second. So we've been going a long time. Just a couple of minutes. You know what's going on. All right, everybody. Thanks for your patience. I will attend to the chat in just a moment. Everybody, follow the channel, subscribe to the channel, become a channel member, like the stream, send me money. I heard there was a guy who didn't once and he died. Can you believe that? That's terrible. Also, medical professionals say that doing any of those things, it's actually better than gender euphoria. Gender euphoria, that's what happens after you transition. They say it's even better than that. And as an added bonus, you don't even have to cut off your dick and balls. Or your tits. So, pretty good deal. All right, what are you guys talking about? What are you degenerates talking about? You bigots and degenerates. You beautiful bigots and degenerates. The best ones are on Radio Baloney. Everybody knows that. Let's see. Sisu 2, we were there. Already did that. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, next Belgium leader, obviously, the jihadi who wants to murder them all. Probably. Let's see. Rogue Thought, assimilation is racist or something. Yes. But, you have to consider perhaps that not all cultures are the same. People aren't just blank slates, and they all, have their own, to them, legitimate cultures, and they don't always mix very well. So it's something to be concerned about, especially when their culture, their religion tells them that they're supposed to run the world. So let's see. Is that dude running for mayor of New York? Chef Rico. Basically, let's see. Judo Survivor, did Belgium attack Gaza? That's breaking news. You don't need to attack them for them want to take over your country and oppress you. Let's see. Rogue Thought, this is frightening that this is Nebraska, heart of red America. Well, it is. That's the we need trans now person. She was really hysterical about it. I'm worried about that woman. She has energy, as he says. Yep, 100%. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says she's not saying trans people. She's saying tasty papaya. Tasty papaya. Well, that makes so much more sense. Let's see. Chef Rico. So would Canadian liquor stores now ban Crown Royal? Because Crown Royal is moving now one of their plants down to the States because obviously Carney and the Liberals have made life business unbusinessable in Canada, I guess you could say. So I guess they'll have to ban that now too. So what a joke this country is. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor. They should put Crown Royal near the door so it's easier to steal. Exactly. It's already pretty easy to steal. So look at all the videos. Melanie Jolie, I think he's talking about. Trudeau Survivor. She's the Canadian version of AOC. Yes, she is. Not very bright, but has politics that the CBC likes, that the CBC teleprompters love. Let's see. Chevrigo says, so Alberta might be making the right decision. I think it's absolutely possible that Alberta does separate, and there'll be some people that have not been paying enough attention that will be very surprised. JDL says, move the homeless into college professors' homes. I think that's a great idea. Let's see. What else we got? JDL, they may need a tea party there in Canada. Well, they'd be immediately classified as a terrorist organization, I'm sure. Rogue Thought says, I love Friday Radio Baloney streams, long and entertaining. Well, thank you very much. I think all of the world agrees. Chevrigo says, I love me some noodles. I know. The noodle making is hypnotic, is it not? I wish I had some noodles for after the stream. I don't, though. Let's see. JDL says, I think I could pass for a Canadian now. I guarantee that everybody who is, it's like, I think all America, it's either Canadians or Americans that watch. Used to have some people from like the UK, and there was a couple of guys from Ireland who used to watch. But I think it's pretty much all Canadian and US now that are watching. And then my US viewers, I can guarantee you, have a fuller knowledge of a deeper knowledge of Canadian politics than 95% of Canadians, guaranteed. Let's see. Rogue Thought says Westwood won, Noodles won. Brain is malfunctioning. Chef Rico, good God, how Canada has fallen. Yep, that's what I'm here for. I'm here for, I guess to commiserate with the Canadians and but also give hope for the future, and for the rest of the world, just to show the cautionary tale. I mean, if I can save one country from doing what Canada's done, then I consider it worth it. One small island country, right, with like 800 people, I will consider that this not wasted time. I will consider it worth it. That's all. I'm not an arrogant man. I'm a humble man. If I can just save one country from Canada's fate, that's enough for me. I don't need to save the world. Radio streamer, understandable, Rogue Thought. It's the Westwood one we all deserve, but never really get. Oh, sorry. You know what? That's the one of the night, actually. Hold on, let me pin that one. Let's pin it for a second. There we go. That's good. All right. Spambot asks, how is Mr. Stacks? Mr. Stacks is actually remarkably calm now. He whined for about an hour after Princess Baloney left, and now he's cool. Now he's in his studio apartment right here next to me. In case you missed it, I made up a little, because I got like the desk, because I got so much gear here. It's like a big L that I've kind of cobbled together all these different tables that I have. And under one of them, I set up a little space for him, a little dog thing and cushion and stuff, toys. And then it's blocked off on the side. So it's like a little studio apartment for him. So he's in his studio apartment right now, actually licking his foot. And the second this is over, I'll be letting him out for a pee. Let's see. What else we got? No, you guys are I don't even know what you guys are talking about now. I have no idea. Chef Rigo says, 6 months ago, I didn't know where Alberta was located. Now I know who their provincial leader is. See? It's good to know, though. It's good to know. You know more about the world now. Like, we're your neighbors up there. You should know a lot. I mean, the thing is, all the elbows up Canadians, like the garage sale. He's a Trumper. He's a Trumper. Wayne Greasy. He's a Trumper. He's a Trumper. Like, and they're all obsessed with this, and they're all, this fake nationalism from the same people who told us that Canada isn't really a country and it's just illegitimate and perpetual genocide state. But they don't understand that most Canadians have no idea, especially further south you go in the United States. Most Americans have no idea about this big war between Canada. They've got no idea. It hasn't affected them at all, right? It's nothing. It's just totally irrelevant. They really think, though, that they're making some big statement and punishing the United States by not going to Vegas or whatever. Not really. Let's see. All right, let's move on. So we're on the last tab for the evening. Let's do this. Let's keep going. If Hollywood wants to, and this is the point in the show where there's still some politics in here, but there's a lot of palate cleanser stuff where we just have some fun. and hang out. Dudes posting their W's. If Hollywood wants to dig itself out of a rut, they need to do more slapstick comedy like this. Just classic stuff that anybody can enjoy. Let's take a look. So this is like Naked Gun.
Johnny, I need some information and fast. There's a woman in trouble.
You mean Mary, the boxer's wife, who was just kidnapped?
Right. You know anything about it?
Maybe I do, maybe I don't. She's in big trouble. She's being held by Martin's goon, Luca.
What's a goon, Luca?
No, Luca Burnett, Martin's henchman.
Right. Where are they?
It's a big city. Could be most any place. You might want to try Jim's Gym.
Thanks, Johnny. I'll be in touch.
It's a bypass operation, Johnny. So, the guy has a history of sinus bradycardia. I wouldn't know anything about it. Got him on atropine? Of course. Do a midline thoracotomy, strip the sap in its vein. Be careful not to puncture the myocardium.
I think that's actually Police Squad, the TV show. Classic, though. More of that, please. More of that. Though they did just put one out, right? They did the with Liam Neeson, which I haven't seen yet, actually. I hear it's actually funny. It is good. This is a true palate cleanser here. Just dogs, dog bus.
Good boy, guys.
That's an older dog there. Needs a hand up.
Go find a seat. Hi, Gussie. Hi, Gussie. Come on. You sit by Timber? Come on. Sit by Timber. Good boy. All right, Eddie, go find a seat. Come here, Dudgy. You sit by Frankie. Come on. Up. Good boy.
I find it hilarious, too. They just naturally go up two on a seat. You know, they're not all like trying to jam up on one. This is just nice. This just makes you think like, okay, the world is still an okay place.
Good boys and girls.
Dog bus. I love it. What was this? Let's see. Okay, well, here's a little bit of culture war stuff, politics stuff. Is your intention okay, so let's just watch this. This is a good response.
Is it your intention to run trans people out of the state of Texas? No? Just out of the bathroom.
Just out of the bathroom. I mean, it's just like, I think regular people are just getting sick of the catastrophizing of everything, right? Like, okay, so the guy, the 6'3" guy with the beard who's wearing the sundress and the floppy hat can't use the women's bathroom, right? That's not like a war on anybody. That's not genocide, but they just can't, it's their constant pathetic catastrophizing of everything that is just, it's causing an enormous amount of fatigue, I would say. And it makes it hard to take them seriously. No, just the bathroom. Woman driver refuses police officers' orders. The police then broke her car window and arrested her. Were the police justified? So we've seen a million of these, and it's just baffling. Like, can these people really be this dumb? Like, what is this culture? Like, what is going on?
Yes, ma'am.
Still here, still waiting for your ID that you won't give me.
Yeah.
You have your driver's license and insurance.
I don't understand why I was being pulled over. Can you show me the speed I was doing?
Yeah, you're 153 and a 35.
Can you show me?
153 and a 35. And she's shocked that she's been pulled over.
I'm asking you, can you show me?
It'll be on the camera for court.
I know. I want to see the camera now.
I can't do that.
Can I see can I speak to your supervisor?
Sure, you have your driver's license.
Your supervisor, can I speak to you? Is this an act? It's hard to believe anybody could be this stupid to think this would work. Oh, yes, I'll get my supervisor for you immediately. Yes, ma'am, of course. Oh, sorry to trouble you. Like, obviously that's not going to work. I mean, is it possible to think that this is going to be a successful strategy for getting out of a ticket after doing 150 in a 35 zone.
I'm asking for a supervisor. I'm asking for your license and insurance.
It's not Walmart. It's a cop. You've been caught speeding insanely.
For a supervisor. Okay, in the meantime, I need your driver's license. I'm asking for a supervisor. Can I see a supervisor, please? Sure.
You can either roll the window down or I will break it. Are you going to provide your ID? Are you serious? Absolutely. Are you going to provide your ID? For what? What did I do wrong? Speeding. Speeding was the reason for the traffic stop. Are you going to provide your ID? Are you going to provide your ID? Okay. I've asked you several times. You refuse to answer. Are you going to step out of the vehicle? Are you going to step out of the vehicle? Okay, ma'am, you are now under arrest. You are under arrest for obstruction of official business.
Okay, they have been more than patient, right? Like, they're totally justified in breaking her window.
And failing to provide your ID. Step out of the vehicle. Step out of the vehicle, or I will break the window. Step out of the vehicle, or I will break the window. Ma'am, I'm telling you one more time. Step out of the vehicle, or I'm going to break the window. Okay.
Oh my God!
Step out.
No, I didn't do anything wrong.
How are you surprised? He's just said 50 times that get out or she's going to break the window. How can you be surprised? How can anybody be this? Is it an act or is it genuine stupidity?
Okay, I didn't even do anything wrong. Oh my God! This is.
I didn't even do anything wrong. She did literally everything wrong. Like, everything. There was not one step there in which she did anything right. She literally, the whole thing, every second of that was wrong.
Crazy! Are you the supervisor?
I am.
And what's your name?
Sergeant McDonald.
I have done nothing wrong. I have done absolutely nothing wrong, officer. I promise to God on my day.
How on earth could you believe that you've done nothing wrong? Like Chef Rico says, it's entitlement. But, I mean, it's entitlement combined with utter stupidity? I mean, you can be entitled and not just a complete moron. Like, is it just, it's entitlement and pretending to not know? Like, what is happening?
That's great. My dad is deceased. And she pulled me out over.
I got upset on television talking about. I mean, this is not going well this morning. Warrants, this bullshit. It was a speeding ticket. Fucking speeding ticket.
Take them off.
The window up for what? Like, and then we just had the supervisor come out and just listen to me.
Did literally everything wrong. How do you say I didn't do anything wrong when you've literally done everything wrong? Like, she didn't even give herself the opportunity to do something right. Rogue Thought says you could almost make a basic program out of this. Stopped. I don't give ID. On phone. Didn't do anything. Don't touch me. Yeah. Can't breathe. Yeah. Rosie says, I love the police are wearing cameras all on tape. Well, that's been a major thing, actually. A major thing culturally, because there have been so many claims. Like, if not for that footage, like she'd probably have a lawyer. She'd be in front of a lawyer. There'd be a press conference. It'd lead CNN, right? The body cams have had they've kind of backfired on the left. It took away a big part of their narrative when people can actually see what the police are actually dealing with, especially in the cases where there was the police officers had to use fatal, where they had to shoot somebody, right? The body cam footage cleans up stuff that would have ended up being, riots and all kinds of stuff. And, the body cam footage cleans that stuff up. Spambot says the palate cleanser will be needed after that insanity. I agree. Let's move on. It's actually it's like anxiety inducing, right? It's anxiety inducing because you look at it and you go, how is this real? Like, how could a person act like that? How can anybody be that stupid? It's like you're looking at like an alien or something, right? It's like when if you ever met somebody who's just a genuine half-wit, but is really sure of themselves, right? You just go, like, it's kind of unnerving. Lord of the Rings memes. Question for the class. Lord of the Rings is rated PG-13, and as such is allowed one F-bomb. Where would you put it? Let's see. The beacons are fucking lit. Beautiful. I love it. Let's see. Here's an old classic. Here's that Sam Kinison. This is when he was first getting noticed, before he was doing the whole rock star thing.
If you want to stop world hunger, stop sending them food. Don't send these people another bite, folks. You want to send them something? You want to help? Send them U-Hauls. Send them U-Hauls, some luggage. Send them a guy out there that goes, hey, we've been driving out here every day with your food for like the last, 30, 40 years. And we were driving out here a day across the desert, and it occurred to us there wouldn't be world hunger if you people would live where the food is! You live in a desert! Understand that you live in a fucking desert! Nothing grows out here! Nothing's gonna grow out here! You see this? Huh? This is sand. Yeah. It's sand. You know it's going to be 100 years from now, huh? It's going to be sand! You live in a fucking desert! Get your kids, get your shit. We'll make one trip. We'll take you to where the food is. We have deserts in America. We just don't live in them, asshole!
That's pretty good. Here's just an elephant sitting on a car. So that happened. What would you do? I guess there's not much you can really do. But anyway, that exists. That happened. So be careful around elephants. Father giraffe and sibling come to see newborn calf for the first time. This is a real palate cleanser here. This is just to feel nice. Look at that tiny giraffe there. They're coming to say hi. Oh, that's wholesome. That's very wholesome. That's just nice. All right, let's move on. What is this called? It's branch manager and assistant branch manager. There you go. That's funny. Dogs are great. What do we got next? Armed civilians thwarted 48% of all criminal shooters. We'll save this one, actually, because I got to wrap this up pretty quick. I think Mr. Snacks needs to go out. We'll save that one. Let's see. Yeah, we'll save that. Save it for Sunday. Let's see. The school has a tradition of kissing your mom goodbye on the first day of school. Oh, I can't have that music going. Guaranteed copyright. So it's just everybody has to be ritually embarrassed. It's actually pretty funny. Oh, that's nice. That's actually hilarious. So that's wholesome. That's just nice. That's just nice. Let's see. Gibraltar, proud to be British. So, I mean, apparently you're not allowed to put up the Union Jack in the UK anymore for some reason. On the British, in Britain anymore. You're not allowed to do it, apparently, because it makes people uncomfortable. It makes people who hate them uncomfortable. So you got to do that. Nonchalant wedding proposal. These two, I think, will be married forever. Oh, no, we can't do that. Nope. Nonchalant. Check it out. So there you go. He puts the ring out. She looks over. Oh, yeah? Oh, all right. That's all right. Throw it on there. Done. Just close it. Doesn't even look at him. There they go. Fist bump. Pat on the back. I feel like they will last forever for some reason. I don't know why. but it feels like they've just come to an agreement and, they're reasonable people. That one we'll save because, let's see. We'll save that one because I wouldn't mind doing some research into this one. So we can do this on Sunday too. This makes it easier for me on Sunday too if we can hold some of these back. We have been going for 4 hours and 17 minutes. So let's see. Look at this. Watch. Did you see that? No, I can't do music. Stop putting music on these damn things. It doesn't help. It doesn't make them any better. So check out what he's sitting on. So this car hits this. It pinballs here. Boom. This is crazy. Watch. There it goes. Boom. That could have ended very badly for him. Right? And it looks like he didn't get his balls caught in there. So that's really lucky. Because that would have squashed him. Oh, yikes. Crazy. That would have been a sex change. Funniest thing I've seen all day, and now I want one. China has the best method for dealing with road rage.
没事，大哥，我问一下，把谁打走？前面左拐。行行，大哥，行。好。妈，我放个炮仗，我吓死他！哎呦我的妈！来哥们，抽根烟。我去哥，你这东西真可以啊，还能吓唬人，还能壮烟。必须的。
So they do have a sense of humor in China. Look under the skin of a hyper-realistic robot. So, gotta say, got some real chompers there. Real chompers. That's a little scary. Because you know what guys are buying them for, right? You know what they're buying them for. So, too much tooth. Too much tooth. All right. I mean, what happens if that thing shorts out too? With those chompers? What if that thing just suddenly shorts? Lightning hits house or something. You're in trouble. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. All right. So that's it, people. We are done. I wonder if it'll let me do one more ad read. Probably not. I think it only lets me do 3. Yeah, only 3 a night. That's okay, though. Let's see. Let's go to the end. I'm going to try and keep this short because I think the dog wants to go out. Let's see. Rosie says, and she ends by weaponizing tears to her benefit. I don't think it's going to work for you. You're talking about the stupid woman who refused to show her ID, get out of the car, got arrested, didn't realize what she'd done wrong. Yeah, it doesn't work. It's way too late for the tears. Let's see. Spambot says, I live in Mountain Time, but work on Eastern Time. Spambot works a lot. I'm not going to say too much because, I admire the hustle, but that's a lot. He works a lot. Let's see. Looks like Spambot has been having trouble keeping awake, I think. Well, I don't blame him. He works like 16 hours a day. Rogue thought, I love that the left pushed cam wearing on cops. I know it backfired on them. It robbed them of a lot of their material. A lot of their hoaxes, right? They couldn't do hoaxes anymore. Spambot's going to miss Sunday's stream. We'll need to catch it on replay during week. Well, maybe then, you know what? If you're not going to be around, Spam, I'll just wait and see. Sometimes you show up. But if you don't, we might do a bit of they-them energy on Sunday. A bit of extra they-them energy. I'll check and see if you're here first, though. Let's see. Because Spambot does not like the they-them energy clip. He does not find it funny. Let's see. Let's see. Spambot says, I've been awake for 22 hours now. British right? Jeez. Well, fortunately, we're shutting down very quickly. As soon as we finish this chat, we're right at the end. Rogue thought, thanks, Radio B. Good night, everyone. My noodle crave never satiated things. There we go. Well, the noodle cooking is hypnotic. We all know it. Rosie says, hope to be there Sunday. Better be lots of chocolate if Spam will not be here. Don't worry. Just remind me, though, because I forget. Redbot says, I'll be driving. Go nuts with the they, them on Sunday. All right, let's do it. We're going to get that beautiful, beautiful, hilarious they, them energy on Sunday. Nice. Remind me, you guys. All right. I want to thank everybody who showed up for, especially who hung out for this whole thing. This was a long one tonight. But thanks, you guys. If it weren't for you guys, it would be depressing to do this. Very depressing. But it's not, because you guys are, and you guys were in good form tonight, too. You guys made me laugh a bunch. So that makes it a lot more fun for me as well. But everybody have a great night. Have a great weekend. And thanks again. And I'll see everybody on Sunday, 6 o'clock Pacific time, 9 o'clock Eastern. Don't forget to like the stream. It's not too late. Subscribe to the channel. You all know what to do. Have a great weekend, everyone. See ya.